Alright, welcome everyone. How we all doing? I'm having an okay day today so far. I think we may have finally made some progress with the Department of Labor. So that's promising at least. Other than that, been mostly relaxing, getting stuff planned up for future streams, that kind of stuff. Hey Casey, how you doing? What can we do to make the day better? Well, just spending some time with all of you and playing some games will definitely improve my mood. Nah, I'm doing quite fine. Yeah, we may have made some steps there, so that'll be helpful, hopefully. Hey, you Dump, how you doing? So yeah, we're doing well. I've got some good stuff planned for Wednesday's stream as well. Throat's been bothering you? Well, if you have some ginger tea and some honey and lemon, that always does the trick for me. Would a horrible pickup line you've been working on help at all? Go ahead, hit me. Hit me. Yeah, I would suggest exactly that. Like, get you some ginger tea with honey and lemon. That always helps me out a lot. There we go. Cat Detective. Albert Wilde. Am I a snowflake because you think I'm unique, beautiful, and wonderful? Aww. That's sweet. That's, I was expecting a cheesy pickup line, and that was just sweet. My go-to cheesy pickup line is the Spider-Man one there. It did. That was very sweet. Yeah, my cheesy pickup line of choice is the, so you know how a spider bit Peter Parker and he became Spider-Man, right? Well, if I bite you, will you be my man? I like that one. Well, look who's back. Still can't help you, Does that mean you can help me? I think we had this conversation. Pretty sure we had this conversation. Let's see. Yeah, we had this conversation. Okay. Apparently it did not save after this conversation. We found out that, that Elma and, Mr. G there are related. Hey Andy, how you doing? It seems it did not save after this scene, so let's just skip through all that. So yeah, turns out Mr. Gesundheit and Alma are related, half siblings. We'll get through this. Yep. And further, it does appear that there is a Schrodinger in this world. Physics professor, and he is fine. He has not been, in fact, kidnapped, unlike this other Schrodinger, who sounds like, some kind of strange, hairless, furless, bipedal animal, the likes of which no one here has ever seen. But he's operating just fine, doing his things as a physician, as a physics professor, rather. Hey, Bailey. I smell nice. You're the stinky fox. How are you, Bailey? Okay. I'm pretty sure we spoke with G here too, but we'll go through it anyway. Mr. G. Oh, hey, look, I know this looks bad, but I can explain. What are you doing at the bar? I thought you were in hiding. You know, the whole locked in your room for a month thing? Yeah, and do you know how hard it is to get booze when you're locked in your bedroom? Figured now it was safe to come out. I deserved a drink. Or 2. Or 10. Making up for lost time, huh? I'll blame you for wanting a drink. Sure has been a bad scene lately. Yeah, it sure has been. Mind you, it's been a bad scene for a lot of different animals, hasn't it? Cats, flamingos, sheep. Yeah, it sure has been bad. See, I knew you understood that, because as soon as I talked about how much had been going on, you opened the door and talked to me, more specifically. As soon as you heard me talking about how it had been a bad scene for everyone. It was like my words alone made you realize that I talked to all of these animals in the bad scene. Or maybe just one particular animal in the bad scene. Do I have to keep saying bad scene for you to... Enough, I get it. You made your point. Yes, I did recognize who you heard that from. So yes, Alma's my half-sister. Same ram, different ewes. We're not super close, but we have each other's backs when we're in trouble. Like, you know, 1 month ago, when I reached out to her for help. So what happened? I assume she was the friend you mentioned who helped you before? Yeah, after I found the creature in the cleaning cupboard, I knew I needed help to get him out of there, and it had to be someone I could trust completely. I called her and arranged to meet her here tonight. That night. Explained who I found, what she told me about my wife, everything. And she agreed to take the guy back to her place and hide him there. It was safe. But by the time you two got back to your place, the hostage was gone. Exactly. At first, she accused me of setting up a stupid prank, but she saw the hole in my wife's diary. That's when she told me to barricade myself in my room. She'd take care of everything and come and get me when everything was safe. Which she didn't. Meaning she's either the world's worst sister or things weren't safe. Or maybe even both. Alma sure seemed to know something about these weird appearances and things. Did she already know what was up when you reached out? Nah, she'd never heard any of this before. Yeah, she didn't believe me at first, what with all the talk about collars and weird holes and, well, you know, some animals have certain tastes. No, I mean the guy's collar and the big hole in the ceiling. You tomcats. So she never heard of anything like this before and knew less than you did. Well, certainly started that way. I got the sense that she might have found a little more later on, though. So you saw her a month ago when you tried to help the kidnapped creature. What about after that? Well, you know, I wasn't exactly being that social considering I was locked in my room the entire time. I mean, could have always tried smoke signals or something. Nah, but I did manage to sneak out of my room once to call her while my wife was out. I was thinking she might be able to spring me free. But she was in a hurry. All she managed to ask was whether any more collars had turned up. Said they might be worth more than we thought. And that certainly sounds familiar. I assume you hadn't? Yeah, like I said, locked in my room. She said that for now, that might be the safest space for me. Apparently, it was a bad scene out there. So, was the whole bad scene a code between you and Alma that I could be trusted or something? No, nothing like that. That's just how Alma talks about her little side gigs, if you catch my drift. I'm physically incapable of catching drifts, but I can at least smile and nod as if I understand. That's enough for me. I figured when you said it that you at least talked to Alma, and if she'd told you what was up, that's probably enough reason for me to come out to talk to you. Yeah, so it proved that she trusted me, so that you could too. Trust is a strong word. Let's go with consider you vaguely useful enough to actually loop you in on some info. I'll take it. Is there anything else you can think of about her involvement with the case? Anything she told you before or after? Anything you told her? Mostly just told me to keep myself safe, and she'd keep the collar safe in turn. Wait a minute. Back up, back up. A little further, just to the left, there. She's got the closet guy's collar? Yeah, he was adamant that it was important and needed to be kept safe, so I brought it with me when I went to ask her for help. After she vanished, I gave it to her for safekeeping. I didn't want my wife to find it, after all. Well, I've got good news and bad news. Good news is, your wife probably won't find it. Bad news is, that's because I'm pretty sure Elma sold it to some lowlives. Actually, I asked about that when she called and mentioned the collars were worth money. I asked if she'd already sold the one she had. See, she said that she wanted enough dough so that we could both skip town together in style. And apparently whoever was buying the collars would pay way more if she offered a full set of them. So you're saying she still has that first collar? Oh boy, it's all coming together in my head. And a pretty jumbled mess that I can't make head or tail of. I think I'm gonna have to talk to your sister. Do you know where she is? I mean, if she's not here at the bar, she'll be at her apartment this time of day. You give me the address? I never managed to charm her into inviting me back to her place. How utterly unsurprising. Still, if she humored you enough to fill you in our little collar con, I suppose I can humor you with her address. Go tell her I'm out, will ya? I don't think the barkeep has anything further for us. Oh, you again. Where is everyone? Where's Elma? And Francis and Rudy and... Look, Kat, this might come as a surprise, but unlike you, other people have real jobs they gotta go to. Imagine having a real job. Or, you know, social lives that don't revolve around a bar. Imagine having a social life. Or, well, they gotta sleep. Imagine being able to sleep. This game's calling me out. Though I'm guessing that's actually something you spend a lot of time doing instead of, you know, actual work. Hey, Gatsu? Oh, absolutely. I was regional champ at the catnap competition back in... Wait, never mind that. I need to talk to Elma. Well, she ain't here. But I need her to be here. For plot reasons. That's great, but that doesn't make her any less not here. Lioness Twitch said just now that I went live. Wow, like 15 minutes late. How annoying. I don't follow. I've been talking to Betty. Look, if you've really got to talk to Miss Bad Singer, you can check back later. In the meantime, either buy a drink or clear off. As if I have money. Anybody else here at the bar? No? Let's see, where are we going? Ah, we have Elma's address.
I should have known.
I'm doing well. How you doing, Katsu?
Should have known the minute that dame started looking sheepish. Well, I mean, she always looks sheepish. She's a sheep. But she's wrapped up in this case tighter than my belt after Christmas dinner, which would be pretty tight if I wore a belt. I think it's time she gave me some real answers, ideally spelled out in small words, with a helpful diagram.
That would be nice. Woke up to summer weather, good old Texas, so allergies and headaches. It was in the 40s today up here, so not terrible.
Maybe with puppets.
Ooh, puppets.
I do love puppets.
Same. Alright, Elma, the wool's out of the washer. Time you give me some clear, clean, organized answers. Is now a bad time? It's always a bad time when you're involved, darling. It's 30s yesterday and 70s today. Geez, that jump. It's almost adorable, to be honest. Elma, are you alright? Perfectly fine, sweetie. I wish I could say the same for my apartment. How am I supposed to project aloof elegance like this? What happened? Not entirely sure. I was out of town and found my place like this when I got back. Let me guess. I mean... Probably, sure, we'll go with the gang. Could be the gang. Is this Mantis's calling card? Or is he one of his nefarious friends? My word, look at you saying things that are actually halfway intelligent and on point for once. Why, thank you. It's definitely skill and not a lucky guess. Just like it was skill and not lucky that I ended up meeting your half-brother. Oh, right. That. You've been busy. How is Ed, anyway? Out of his room and at the bar, getting drunk. No thanks to his deadbeat sister leaving him in there to rot while she makes off with all the valuables. That's not exactly what happened. I can explain. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank you. I figured all of this info out, but I have no idea what any of it means, so I need someone to tell me. Well, that's the Al I know and benevolently tolerant. Here, come talk to me while I get things cleaned up a bit. Let's see. Let's take a look around the place, shall we? Oh, hey, I recognize this type of cabinet. I got one just like it in my office. Oh, really? How interesting. Yeah, I use the secret compartment to hide my booze. You want something to drink while I'm here? No, that's fine. I'm perfectly fine. No drinks, please. Or anything else from that cabinet. Starting to think there's something up with this cabinet. I'm sure there's no reason why she's avoiding talking about that cabinet. Okay, Elma. I suppose you've got questions for me. You could say that. Geez, that's a lot of questions. Let's start at the basics. I'm good at them. Well, middling. I want you to tell me how you got tied into this. I heard Mr. G's version, but I want to hear yours. See if it lines up. Also, I could use a refresher that was like 10 minutes ago. Fine. It started about a month ago. I was minding my beeswax when I got a call from Ed, my brother. He was frantic. He begged to come around here and meet me in private. When he got here, he explained that he had found some guy tied up in the cleaning cupboard, that the guy had appeared through the hole in his roof, and that his wife had trapped him. Did you believe any of it? I mean, I kind of wouldn't put it past his wife. Real wolf in sheep's clothing, you know. But the rest seemed pretty far-fetched. Especially when we got to his place and the closet was empty. I figured he was pulling the wool over my eyes. What convinced you that he was telling the truth? Well, for starters, how terrified he was. My brother can't act to save his life. But mostly, what convinced me was reading his wife's journal. It matched her handwriting and his story. That was when I freaked out and told Ed to lock himself in his room. I was worried his wife would do something bad, and I wanted him to be safe. Why not ask him to come stay with you instead? Wouldn't it be he'd be safer here? Have you met my brother and seen how he cleans? My apartment would look worse than it does now. Besides, his wife would have been way more suspicious if he left like that. Yeah, not like she was suspicious that her husband suddenly locked himself in his room for a month with no explanation. That's not suspicious at all. Look, I panicked, okay? At least he was safe while I found a way to get us both out of town. Speaking of safe, what about the collar? Did he give it to you for safekeeping? Yes, he did. He said that the guy in the closet said it was very important, and that he'd begged Ed to keep it safe from his wife and her weird cult brunch group. Yeah, her weird cult brunch group. Ed didn't know what was so important about it, but he felt he owed it to the guy and figured I'd humor him and help out by keeping him safe. It's safe. Now, let me guess. You said yes because you knew the gangs were looking for them and paying big money? Wrong, as usual. The gangs hadn't said a word about the collars. This was the first I'd ever seen or heard of them. I took the collar and hid it just for my brother's sake. It was only later that it became clear how valuable it was. So you told Mr. G to hole up in his room and took the collar with you. What happened next? I assume you had some sort of plan? I was going to arrange for both of us to get out of town. Between my sister-in-law and the kooky cult family, I figured Ed wasn't safe here, and neither was I. But holy crud, do you know how much bus tickets out of the city cost? I swear, the trolley companies are fleecing us blind. Tell me about it. I tried to go on a trip once, and a return ticket would have cost me both my kidneys. At least, since you were going one way, it'd only be one each. Well, I like my kidneys where they are, thanks. Besides, that's just the crappy bus. A lady like me has to travel in style. Plus, you know, we need money to set ourselves up in wherever we move to. So, we couldn't go anywhere until I scored some funds, and on a lounge singer's salary. Hey, Rezo, how you doing? Thank you for the pets. Welcome, welcome. You get why it took a while. Let me guess, that's where the collar came from. Yeah, sort of, like I told you before. I started hearing chatter in the underbelly about the gangs looking for collars like the one I had. I put two and two together and realized they'd want mine too. And I did consider just selling it and getting clear. But then I realized they weren't just looking for one, but as many as they could find. So you got greedy. Had an idea. Look, selling that collar would have gotten one of us as far as Dogbuttville, middle of Dogbutt. Like I said, highway robbery. But selling a set of collars could set us both up for life. So yeah, I held on to one for my brother that my brother gave me, and I started looking for opportunities to grab a few more if I could. Figured I could collect a few and sell them all together for big bucks to the highest bidder. Except that Mantis put a little fly in your ointment. Darling, I don't use ointments. This is an all-natural glow. Should have known your wool was dirty, Alma. You lied to me. Firstly, that isn't a question. Secondly, when? All this stuff I told you about the gangs looking for collars was the honest truth. You didn't tell me that you had a brother. You didn't exactly ask about my family tree, sweetie. You were too busy being smug about pineapple regret. Hey, you crow, how you doing? Besides, why would I mention it? It's not like I had any reason to think he was relevant to your investigation. You mean other than the fact that he found a hole in his apartment like the one in my case, met someone with a collar like the one in my case? Okay, maybe there was some reason to think he might be relevant. I'm doing okay. We're hanging in. My point is, you made it sound like you only heard vague rumors from your contacts. You never mentioned you actually found a collar and learned about what was going on. And my point is, my brother was trapped in his apartment by that wolf of a wife and a cult of kidnappers. I wasn't about to put him at risk sharing more info than I had to, particularly not in the middle of a public bar. Still, I'm not sure if I can trust you. Darn, I'll try to contain my disappointment. You didn't really answer the question properly. Do you have any idea who broke in and did all this? My non-existent monies on Mantis and his croc tears. They were the ones who caught me with the collar. I wouldn't be surprised if they suspected I might have another. Not to mention, you know, someone happened to start asking me questions while one of his goons was stalking me out. Really? Who was that? They might be relevant to the... Oh, you mean me. Oops. But are you sure it was Mantis' gang? Could have been one of the others. Or maybe even the cult that Miss G's part of. Other gangs might be possible. We actually got rid of the croc guy before talking to Elma, so that actually is... this is incorrect. Gossip spreads on the seedy part of town. If they'd heard anything about me trying to steal from Mantis, maybe they thought I had stolen from them too. As for the cult, maybe. I don't know much about it other than that diary. How would they know I was involved or where I live? Right? It's not like your sister-in-law is part of the cult or anything. You know, every now and then you say something smart and I don't like it. Well, I may not know who's behind it, but I at least have a lead on finding the animal who actually broke in and tore the place. You do? How? Whoever was here got sloppy and left their hat behind. It's definitely not one of my hats, or Ed's, or his wives. So all I have to do is go through the other, a couple million animals in town and figure out whose hat it is. Easy, right? Interesting. Mind if I take a look at it? I might be able to identify it or find a way to track its owner. I really doubt that, but knock yourself out. It's over there in the middle of the mess. I mean, we are a detective. That's what started the gangs all hunting for all these collars anyway. Let me guess. You wanted cash, so told them about the one you found and convinced them they'd be valuable? Darling, you'd do well as a fiction writer. Except for, you know, the whole being unable to spell and string sentences together thing. No, I didn't tell a soul about the collar. And trust me, they started talking about those collars perfectly fine without my help. And when did that start? I'd say about a week or so. Of when I went to the... Okay, alright. Of when I went to my brother's place. In other words, within a week of the cult removing the closet guy out of your brother's apartment. Think it's connected? I kinda hope not. I don't like the idea of the criminal organizations of this town working for a weird kidnapping cult. Anyway, they only said that the collars were incredibly valuable. Haven't got the foggiest why that would be. Oh, I've got my thoughts on why. But they did also say they were expecting a limited number to show up. And that they would pay a premium to get every single one. And apparently they believe there to be 5, exactly. That the cult has 3, we have 1. And it seems like Elma's is possibly missing, or I think she might be hiding it, but yeah. So what about this cult your sister-in-law's hanging out with? Do you know anything about them? Not really, no more than my brother did, I suppose. But clearly they're up to no good. Who sticks a guy in a closet for weeks and then takes him somewhere else? Oh, there was this one time in school when one of the class clowns locked me in a closet for a week. I don't believe it. What, that I was stuck there for a week? No, that you went to school. I totally did, and the guy locked me in a closet. Well, okay, he didn't lock anything. I just didn't know how to open doors, so I sat there for a week. See, that I do believe. But as for the cult, any clues as to where they might have taken that guy in the closet? Which part of I don't know anything that didn't make sense to you? Probably wherever they're holding their meetings. Wherever that might be. So if I can find their hideout, then I can solve the mystery. Somehow, I guess? I don't know. It's as good an idea as any of the others I've had. That's not a ringing endorsement. So you've had one of the collars with you for a while. What do you think about them? What do you know about them? Next to nothing, really. Apparently the guy in the closet explained it to Ed, but Ed didn't understand a word of it, and neither did I when he tried to remember it. Apparently they've soaked in... what was it? Precipitation? Participles? Particles. That's it. Some kind of particles. But really, it just looked like a really boring, ordinary collar. So you, never figured out the little trick it can do? What little trick? Oh, nothing. Just something that would have probably helped with your money and transportation woes. What? Anyway, I take it the gangs weren't forthcoming either about why they wanted these things. No, only that there were a certain number and that they were looking to collect every single one. That's why I figured I should get as many as I could. Get a better price. Ironic. And now you've got no collars at all. First, that's not what irony is. Second, actually, yes, I do. Wait, what? Okay. I kind of suspected she still had the collar. She didn't mention losing the collar. We just sort of assumed. Wait, back up. Did you say you still have the collar? Of course. I'm not a lost little lamb, darling. I made sure to hide it where nobody else would ever find it. Where? Not really understanding the point of a hiding spot, are you? It's to make sure nobody finds what's there. Telling you would defeat the purpose. Well, I'm a nobody, so what does that mean? I find what's there? I'm not telling you where I hid it. Good luck finding it. I've got other things to check on. Stay here in case I think of any other questions. Gee, I wonder, right? Where could it be? No sign of those collars. Boy, searching is thirsty work. Yeah, I imagine it is. Mind if I get a drink? I could use something strong. Well, as you can see, there isn't any booze in the cabinet, so I can't really offer any. Hey, Blocky, how you doing? Meow. Oh, but I imagine you've got some in the secret compartment, right? Well, what secret compartment? Well, I have the exact same cabinet in my office, and I keep booze in the secret compartment. The secret compartment where I keep all the stuff that I don't want anyone to ever find. Anyway, let me grab that drink. Wait, who would have guessed it? Wait, this isn't booze. This is just a collar you were hiding. Yeah, I thought you already had that figured out and we're just coming up with an excuse to close it and open it up. Yeah, that's exactly what I was definitely trying to do. definitely wasn't just trying to find your secret brew stash. Well, it doesn't matter. I am not letting you have the collar. Ed told me to keep it safe. And besides, it's mine, and I earned whatever cash I can sell it for. Nice try, but I need it as part of the investigation. I could crack the case wide open. I don't care about your investigation. I care about my brother and that money. So I'm not handing it over to you. Now, let me put it this way. Whoever's behind this has already proven they're dangerous enough to absolutely wreck your place looking for whatever collars you have, right? If they think you still have any, then next time they might try and do worse to you. Maybe wreck your face, or worse, your wool. They wouldn't dare. Between criminal gangs and kidnapping cults, I think you know they'd absolutely dare. And you know blood doesn't wash out of wool. But cat fur, totally washable. Everything looks off, baby. If I have the collar, I'm the only one they'll try and kill. Well, why didn't you say so? Take it. Not going to lie, I thought it was going to be harder to convince you than that. Now, what can I say? You sweetened the pot a little. Besides, I can always grab it back off your corpse. I have experience with that. She sure does. She did take one collar off a cat corpse already. I just don't know how a stupid collar is supposed to help with the investigation. I'm not quite sure either. Though I know one way one collar can be useful. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Don't worry about it. I just have to figure out how it might help. But I'll keep this one safe in the meantime. Alright, we have 2 collars. We are an extra good boy. Let's see, she mentioned something about a hat. Overly caffeinated, reviewing a bunch of code while listening in. Well, enjoy the lurking and the coding. Let's see, she mentioned a hat. I see no hat, though.
Nah, I shouldn't leave yet. There's something I'm still missing, besides my marbles.
Where is this hat that... Oh, there it is. Okay.
Huh. Elma's right. The thief did leave a hat. Not a particularly stylish one either. I call it the Cow Pat Special. Hang on. I've seen this hat before. I've seen someone wearing it.
You ain't got time to chat. Boss been asking for you on the regular.
It's on the tip of my tongue. Almost got it.
I responded to your silly little offer this morning. Oh, did I miss a silly little offer? Buns, want to touch buns? I missed it, if you said something, yeah. Aw. Grab whichever paper you want, knock yourself out.
Wait a minute. It can't be.
Sandwiches for tomorrow's cult meeting. Reminder, Jay likes mustard and M hates mayo. May needs to ask Jay to help me move him. Luckily, no one will ever find him. It'll be a cold day in hell when Ed actually opens the broom cupboard. Everyone was really excited about our visitor and agreed we should keep him at the mansion. Phew, he was heavy to carry, though. Thank goodness Jay came along to help.
Then Jay is. It's Jimmy. The thief. The one working with the cult. It's Jimmy. Should have known he was a stool pigeon.
Ah.
Or, well, the opposite, I guess. I should tell Elma who did this.
I suppose you've got questions for me. You could say that. Elma, I recognize the hat. It's Jimmy's. And he's working for the cult. He's Jay in Mrs. G's diary. Jimmy? I don't... Wait, you mean Jimmy at the newsstand? Ah, now that you mention it, he does always wear hats like these. Why, that little creep. I'm gonna show him a bad scene. You're not going to be impressed about my awesome detective work? I think I'm too much in shock to really wrap my head around it, honestly. Well, how about this? You shouldn't go after Jimmy. Okay, we've looped back to stupid again. This is familiar territory. What I mean is, he's our best link to the cult. The journal said they're having another meeting soon. It's guaranteed he'll have to go back and report how his break-in went, right? That's my chance to follow him back to wherever this cult meets, get the drop on them. Hopefully save Closet Guy from their clutches, solve the mystery of the collars and cats, and save the day. This doesn't sound as much fun as punching him in the beak. Besides, how are you going to follow him back to his cult lair? Why, with my feline skills of tracking and stealth, surely. Okay, maybe a plan B would be a good idea. Maybe I can convince him to take me with him? How are you gonna do... How? What are you going to do? Try and trade my hard-won collar to him so he'll bring you along? Oh, don't be absurd. I wouldn't use that collar to get him. But wait, what if I used a different collar to get him? Yeah, if we give him that collar, then we can teleport straight to the cult place, yeah. I know how to follow Jimmy. I've got it. I have a foolproof way to get myself instantly into this cult place once Jimmy gets there. You do? How? I'm not telling. This time, I'm going to be the one with all the secrets. Doesn't that annoy you? Now the shoe's on the other paw? Not particularly, darling. That would involve carrying, which I don't. Well, fine then.
Anyway, my plan was perfect. Get my collar on Jimmy somehow. Wait until he's left for the cult meeting. Then use it to teleport to his location. Now all I have to do is figure out how to get the collar on him. But how to do it.
Hello? Hello, you there, Al?
Pat him on the back and tape it to him. No. Catapult it onto his neck. No.
He's monologuing again, isn't he? God darn it.
Boy, coming up with brilliant plans is hungry work. I'm starving. I could use a sandwich. Wait, that's it.
Elma, can I use your kitchen? Need to make a sandwich quickly. You know, sometimes the way your brain works terrifies me, sweetie. You know what? Fine. Go ahead. Hey, you Dylan? How you doing? Make me a sandwich while you're at it. Kitchen's right through there. Hopefully it won't be too messy. I've got other things to check on. Stay here in case I think of any other questions. What's up, Dylan?
If there's one universal truth among animals, it's that everyone wants a sandwich when they're hungry.
I do love a sandwich.
It's true for me, and that means it's true for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Besides, Mrs. G's diary mentioned making sandwiches for a cult. So there's no way Jimmy's gonna turn down a sandwich. Not even one with a secret ingredient. The secret ingredient being my collar. All I have to do is wait for him to take the sandwich with him to the cult meeting, and then teleport there and nab them in the act. But first, I have to make the sandwich. It has to be a sandwich tasty enough for Jimmy to take it with him, but not so tasty that he bites into it and gets a beak full of collar. And it's gotta be thick and sloppy enough to hide the collar. So, to start, let's go with...
Birdseed loaf, a small wilted cabbage, or tons of mustard. I forget which one it said, if Jimmy liked mustard or mayonnaise. I forget which one it said.
A good sandwich always has tons of mustard. And by good sandwich, I mean sandwich that I like. Of course, Mrs. G's diary did mention that Jimmy disliked mustard,
Okay. He likes the man. He
but
likes
he's a
mayonnaise.
bad guy, and therefore wrong.
He's a bad guy, and therefore.
So, tons of mustard. Now to add. What self-respecting pigeon is gonna turn down bread and birdseed? In fact, maybe I should put in an extra slice in the middle. You know, bread sandwich. Jimmy's gonna love it.
Just bread on bread.
Maybe a few extra slices just to be sure.
Oh, man. Let's load it
Next,
up.
I'll add. Looks like this small wilted cabbage is the only veggie Elma has in her fridge. I guess sheep go through their veggies pretty quick. Cabbage is basically the same as lettuce, right?
It's similar. I like raw
Totally.
cabbage.
I'll just stuff whole leaves of it in. Yeah, I'll put the whole head of cabbage in, just to be safe.
Just be safe.
It's small. It'll be fine. Now, next.
The final ingredient, my collar.
Okay. Just have to smoosh my collar in the middle of all this bread and cabbage and mustard. I guess this would count as adding collard greens.
Wow, Al really liked that joke.
Well, I thought it was funny. Good job, internal me. All right, sandwich is all ready to go. Now I just have to get it to Jimmy. There's nothing else I have to do here.
Al, sweetie, have you made an extra sandwich for me yet?
One thing I have to do. I think there's enough bread and mustard left. I've left enough for Elma's next lunch. I'm sure a wilted cabbage leaf, a half slide of bread, and a dollop of mustard is enough, right?
Sure. Totally. Alright, bye, Elma.
Back to where it all started. To the bird who sold me that newspaper that got me onto this case to start with. I should have known. Can't trust anyone in this crazy town. Backstabbing, underhanded, criminal lowlifes. I'm the one bringing them all to justice. Shining a light on whatever weird, criminal, culty ring has got its claws into this city. Just wish, you know, justice and truth paid a bit better.
I don't think we ever actually got to go through this door.
No getting in here. Market's closed and locked off till morning.
This cat is like if Rorschach was a cat but not homicidal. Well, and also like Rorschach didn't care about actually like helping people, right? Like his whole deal was like, you know, like he famously has his whole like deal there of like, you know, and the people will call out for my help and I'll call down to them no. Right? Like Rorschach doesn't actually care much for justice. Like Al does legitimately like seem to want to bring people to justice. He wants to like, you know, bring order to this city, and he kind of, and yeah, but yeah. Oh, it's you again. What do you want, cat? I think this is the first time I've ever seen you bare-crested, Jimmy. Where's that hat of yours? Beats me. Dropped it somewhere, I suppose. It's just that you look so much different without it. More sinister, suspicious. Well, better than being a cat and looking sinister and suspicious all the time. Anyway, you didn't answer the question. What do you want? It was just his rant about crime in the city. Yeah, no, I get you. Well, it's because they're both spoofing the same thing, right? Rorschach is kind of spoofing that noir kind of like anti-hero, and so is Al here. I want you to confess that you're hungry. You've been here for hours. Surely you've got to be peck-ish. Get it? Because you're a bird and can't decide if I hate cats or I just hate you. Is that any way to talk about someone who's made you a sandwich? I figure you can take it and have it on your break, wherever that might be happening. You made me a sandwich. Why? Mrs. G asked me to. Actually, I'm doing it as a favor to a friend of yours, Miss G. You are? Yeah, she hired me to investigate her husband, but in the process, I messed up her kitchen. That's the ticket. She was upset because apparently she was supposed to be bringing the sandwiches to some sort of social function you and her were going to be at. So she asked you to make replacement sandwiches? No, sorry, replacement sandwich singular? Actually, it was my idea to make up for messing up her kitchen. But I ran out of time, so here's one sandwich at least. So what kind of sandwich is it anyway? Collard de greens, birdseed loaf, or mustard? It's a birdseed loaf. See this bread? It's birdseed loaf. You like birdseed, right? Sure, but not enough to make a whole sandwich out of. Wait, that 3 slices? I knew you'd like it. I sincerely hope you didn't just make a sandwich out of 3 slices of bread. There's something else in there, right? Oh, most definitely. Something you can really sink your beak into. Anyway, I'm sure it'll be a nice meal for later. Like, later during your break. Not now. And, maybe not before you get where you're going for your break. Which is home, I'm sure. But could be somewhere else fun, I'm sure. Oh, you also might not want to bite your beak down too hard. Some of the fillings are a bit on the tough side. Yeah, whatever. I'll take the sandwich if it'll shut you up. Oh, great, here you go. All wrapped up in a nice little paper bag, ready for you to have later. What are you standing around for? Waiting to watch me eat it? No, just waiting for a nice thank you for my thoughtfulness and willingness to bury the hatchet. Gonna be waiting a long time. Now go wait somewhere else. I gotta clear up before I head off to my break.
All the pieces are in motion. It's the point of no return. The moment when the facts come to light and the case solves itself. The moment when I'm finally able to figure out what the heck is going on. Sometimes, partly, bits and pieces. If that, Jimmy's got the sandwich with the collar inside it. By now, he'll be on his way to the cult meeting. If he isn't there already, planning ritual kidnappings and home break-ins is hungry work. Obviously, he'll want to bring a tasty and filling sandwich to their hideout to munch on, meaning I can teleport there via the collar inside. And once I'm there, all I have to do is bring the entire cult to justice, expose their ties to the criminal underworld, save the closet guy, and get justice for that poor dead warehouse kitty. I have no idea how I'll do all that, but I'm sure I'll figure it out as I go along.
Yeah. How hard could all that be? Hey, buddy. You got anything to say to me? No? Okay, bye. Hey, Match. Well, we went to Elma, we spoke to Elma, we got her collar as well, that she had on her. She'd had a break-in from, we deduced, the cultists. Kind of broke in looking for the collar. Didn't find it because she had it hidden. We found her collar. We also deduced that one of the cult members was Jimmy, the pigeon that worked at the newsstand at the very beginning of the game because he left his hat behind. So we made a sandwich for him to take to the cult meeting with him, and we stuck our original collar in there, so now we're about to go teleport to the location of the cultists. Presumably, unless Jimmy did something else with the collar.
All right, Jimmy should be wherever he is, wherever that may be. I've got no clue where this'll teleport me to. I flip this switch, and there might be no coming back. Not without a long, long walk.
Or a call to our lawyer.
Let's go, before Jimmy gets too peckish and starts tearing into that sandwich.
Chance it's in the trash. Probably. Jimmy noticed that we put mustard on it, right? Jimmy hates mustard. Whoa! It's in color.
Whoa. What is this place? What is that stuff on the trees? Why are they green all of a sudden? And how do I even know what green is? Well, if it's in color, this place has to be important, right? This must be the cult hideout. Seeing as Jimmy definitely would have taken such a nice sandwich all the way to HQ for their little meeting. He definitely wouldn't have thrown the sandwich away out the window of his car. Like it was garbage. What the heck? How could he toss my pomade sandwich like that? I spent minutes slaving away to make that. I'm gonna make him pay. Besides, throwing things out of a moving vehicle, that's litter. I can excuse cult rituals and kidnapping, but litter is where I draw the line. Better keep this safe. It seems to end up in the garbage otherwise. Now to find where Jimmy went. I'd better be careful. This is cult territory after all. The whole forest could be crawling with cultists. Anyone I bump into is likely to be working for the cult. I'd better keep my cat's eye peeled.
Alright, we do have our collar back and the sandwich. This is like the most we've been able to move around ever in this game. Should probably stick to the road, huh? Oh.
I knew it. Cultists. There's no other explanation as to why anyone would be out here. Except for, you know, all the perfectly good explanations as to why someone might be out here. But what are the chances they'd have a good explanation?
What are the odds? What the... Open the eyes, sweetie. Made your favorite grass salad. Oh boy. Nom nom nom. I'm so glad you finally decided to come out and get some fresh air. I've been so worried about you. Well, it was one of those things, you know. But I'm here now. Could you pass me more grass salad? Psst, the hell are you doing? Is your wife with the cult? Wasn't the whole point of hiding in your room to stay away from her? Well, yes, that's all true. And I was going to stay away, but, you know, after some time away, I found myself having second thoughts. A new perspective, I suppose. What kind of perspective makes it seem like going back to a cultist kidnapper is a good idea? The perspective that if I leave her, I've got to do my own cleaning and stuff. That's fair. Frankly, I'd rather take my chances with her. Kidnapper, cultist. Yes, but at least she knows her way around the cleaning cupboard. Because she trapped a guy in it. Well, yes, and I know I was making a big deal about that, but on the other hand, I don't want to have to make my own bed, so it balances out. Mr. Wilde, my husband came out of his room at last. Isn't it exciting? It sure is something. So should I invoice you for my services, seeing as you hired me to help with the whole thing? Ah, no, I hired you to find out why he was in the room, and you never did find that out. He told me himself that he just had bad gas and felt grumpy. He came out of it on his own, too. So it seems, Detective, you didn't really do anything to earn your pay, so I don't see why I should pay you a cent.
That was the moment I knew she was pure evil.
Not the kidnapping and the cult stuff.
Kidnapping and joining a dark cult is one thing, but stiffing me on my bill, unforgivable.
So, what are you doing out here so late at night, detective? Oh, practicing my monologue. Quiet night in the woods is the perfect place. Doesn't bother anybody. How about you? What could you possibly be in these woods for, Mrs. G? I figured my poor husband could use some fresh air, no? It's a lovely evening, too. I bet you and us are not the only ones enjoying it tonight. Oh, I'll bet there are all sorts of folks out here. And I'll bet you're eager to meet up with them with some of them. Yeah, why not? I'm not a lone wolf. I like socializing in good company. And you and my husband are, well, your company, I suppose. Right, well, hope you find some of your friends out here. Who knows, maybe I'll bump into you all. Yeah, don't be offended, but I hope not. Dang. Yeah, let's, I suppose stick to the road, huh? Not go wandering off.
First one suspicious encounter, then another.
Looks like we got ads starting in about a minute.
That
So
can't
once
be
they
a
start,
coincidence,
I'll
right?
pause.
Please tell me I'm right. Okay. The previous suspect might have claimed a good reason for being out here, but surely this one will spill the beans.
Lily, what are you doing here? Oh, Elle, sweetie. Wasn't expecting to see you out here. In the middle of our romantic couples camping weekend. You and Joe are camping. Yes. We thought it might be a nice way to spend some time together. Is there a problem with that? I mean, it's a little inconvenient that you picked the night that a bunch of suspicious folks decided to go hang out in the woods. Or maybe it's very convenient for you both to be out in the woods, too, if you catch my drift. I mean, it was my day off, so I guess that counts as being convenient. I mean, I suppose so. Alright, let's, we'll take a little break here since the ads are about to start running here. So we'll wait to talk to Joe. Joe's reputation precedes him as a guy that we were supposed to be afraid of because we're constantly hitting on Lily. And that Joe, this rhino here, is a threat to us. So, yep, I'll pop it on the BRB screen real quick here. I'm gonna go make some more tea. And we'll let ads run there. So, we'll be right back. A lot of S's. A lot of S's for the honeycomb. Is it because their mascot was like a little furry weirdo and we're all a bunch of furry weirdos? Is that why S? Chat? Is that why? Chat, don't lie to me. Don't lie to me, chat. Is it because the mascot is a little furry weirdo? I hope that tonight was a nice distraction for a lot of you. Again, for no particular reason, but it seems, you know, some people are having a rough time right now. So, all I can say is, of course, that even as things are rough like this, know that there are people out there that will help you, want to help you. Turn to your friends, to your loved ones. It is through caring and love and mutual aid and everything that in trying times we can pull through. So no matter how bad it gets, again, for no particular reason, just saying this, try to keep that in mind. I just want an excuse to play Street Fighter, kinda. Honestly, my go-to, also on the date, is House of the Dead 2. It's just a lot of fun, right? Like, it's a very hokey kind of like haha fun kind of B movies like kind of thing, right? But it's very active, and it's cooperative, right? So it's I think House of the Dead is a good one to go and play with a date. So you go to the arcade, you play House of the Dead, you play some other stuff, you have a good time, you see how that's going. If it's going well, you go get something to eat. If it's going really well, you ask them back, you make the steak au poivre. And then you see where it goes from there. Making progress? No. As it turns out.
Level 1.
Hey man, you alright? Buns? You want to touch Buns? I dropped something behind me. Like, back there? Like back here? I don't see anything. I think you're fibbing. Okay, everyone. So, welcome. One moment. Alright. Alright, welcome everybody. Thanks for attending the lecture today. The Iga, when escaping, like, was cornered by the enemy, and they took him down these like secret ninja pathways, and they literally were not that at all. It was literally just they took him down a well-known back road. It was on the map. It's on all the maps back then and everything, but like they just didn't take the main road. But no, it was secret ninja pathways. But boy, did they like know how to milk this, right? And then we have like all right, looks like ads are over. I've returned with some tea. Let's talk with Joe. Ew, what are you doing out here, cat? I might ask you the same thing, Joe. I'm out here spending some quality time camping with my wife. Get her away from the tomcat who keeps chasing her skirts. And look who decided to show up anyway in the middle of nowhere. Who? Is it a cultist? No, it's you, jerk. Keep asking my wife favors, and now you show up during our little camping trip? And then you wonder why I'm suspicious? Hey, I'm the one who should be suspicious here. Who would want to go camping with the person they've married? Exactly. Who wants to spend time with someone they married? Awful. Ugh, no. Gotta be a cover. The only cover around here is the one you're gonna put over your body if you don't clear off and leave my wife alone. Hey, Necro. How you doing? Why would they need to... Oh, right. Got it. Leaving. The detectiving is going great. We're in color now. We're looking for the cultists. Oh, well.
More animals. Since when did animals live in forests like this?
Yeah, that's crazy talk.
Okay. This time it's gotta be a cultist confession, right?
It's gotta be. We know that Jimmy is.
What are the chances that
Well,
a
at least we're
third suspect
pretty
has
sure.
a legitimate reason to be out here?
We're pretty sure Jimmy's part of the cult. He could not be. It's still possible. Jay from the diary could be someone else. What the? No, not here. See anything, Rudy? They could also be camping. Yeah. I'm not looking for you, Jimmy. You lost your hat, you go find it. I mean, I might have dropped it out here when I was hiking. But I guess there are, other places I could have dropped it. Not my problem. All I know is you better find that hat, or it's your job. Whoever heard of a newspaper busker without a jaunty hat? Is that the right term? A busker? Isn't a busker someone who performs on the street, not someone who just sells newspapers? Ah, great. Now the cat's here, too. What do you want? I want you to confess your diabolical crime. That you threw away that lovely sandwich I made for you. How could you? You didn't even take it with you. Ah, please, look. From what I could see, the sandwich was literally just 2 slices of stale bread with some wilted greens. And mustard. I hate mustard. Yes, but it's the thought that... Wait. Did you say, what you... Did you say from what you could see? As in, you didn't even try a bite of it? No comment. Also, how did you know I threw away the sandwich? Matter of fact, how come you're out here in the first place? No comment. Well, I hope you don't end up feeling peckish when you get to where it is you're going, if you're going anywhere. Anywhere that's away from you, cat. Rudy. Hi, what are you doing out here? Hiking and getting some peace and quiet, that's what. Then making sure Jimmy finds his damn hat. Which, gotta say, is kind of cutting into my peace and quiet time. Rudy, trust me on this. Jimmy's not as nice as you think. He's actually kind of sketchy. Well, that's rich. You're telling a bookie that this guy is sketchy. Like I'm not up to my antlers in sketch. I'm basically taking sketch classes. But you know what's really sketchy? Guys who don't pay their debts, but still have the time to go on nature walks instead of making money. That seems oddly specific. What are you talking about? Why am I not surprised you forgot that you owe me money? Oh, right. I'm working on it. I've almost solved this case, and once I have, I can pay you back. Somehow. Not quite sure how, but... Cat, stop talking. Just give me my money, or I might have some friends have to pay you a visit. I don't think this should be Jimmy saying this. This should be Rudy saying this. But... Are these friends the sorts of friendly neighborhood kneecapping variety, or are they the sort that hides in the woods and practice weird sacrifices? Wouldn't you like to know? And could be both. Gee, there
Call
really
me a
are
crazy cat,
a lot of people out
but I'm
here.
beginning to see the tiniest inklings of a pattern here.
So, where do I know you from again? Wilde Velocity Courier. Our speed is our service. Oh, right, the courier. What are you doing out here in the middle of the forest? Wait, let me guess. You have a package. A ticking package? No, a bloody package. Sent to be hand-delivered to your clients. No, your bosses. With the cult? Nope, I'm actually off work. Oh, then that's even more suspicious. What reason could you have for being out in the middle of nowhere? A brisk jog, of course. Gotta go jogging and hiking to make sure I keep tip-top speed. And this is a nice place to come and get some exercise. The only exercise is doing a few push-ups while I bury my face in a plate of food. No one needs to be out here to get in shape. I call shenanigans. No, that's our rival company, Shenanigans Shipping. We're a Wilde Velocity Courier, remember? Our speed is our service. Really?
What the... is the entire city out here today?
Really? Like Freddy's
Is
out
it
here?
National Take Your Suspicious Butt to Your Local Forest Day? Because if so, I'm sorry I missed it. I thought I had it on my calendar. It's my favorite stat holiday, after all.
Francis, what are you doing out here? I'm working on my interpretive dance moves and trying not to be interrupted by annoying cats who show up in the middle of nowhere. Why are you in the middle of nowhere? Couldn't you do this in a dance studio? I'm connecting with nature. Obviously. What's so weird about that? Well, other than the fact that you happen to be out here at the same time as a bunch of cultists bent on nefarious ends. Nothing weird at all. Excuse me, are you accusing me of something? Accusing? No. More like throwing something out there in the vague hope that you'll break down and confess your real reason for being out here. I'm pretty sure that counts as accusing. Either that or... Wait, okay, Scramcat, I gotta practice. You've just given me the perfect idea for my next interpretive dance routine. The throw something out there in a vague hope that you'll break down and confess dance. Glad to help. I'm starting to think this game is a little silly. We can't go into the water. Okay. Kind of preposterous. What? Why ever would I think something like that? Yes. All right. I see a point way off in the distance there, I think.
I don't know what's weirder. How crowded the forest is getting. How everyone I know is out here picking berries or whatever. Or how somehow none of them have caved under my keen observation and skilled interrogation and immediately confessed to being a cultist. I've tried nothing, and I'm all out of ideas.
I've tried nothing and I'm all out of ideas. Indeed. Let me pull the tea bag out of my tea here. That looks steeped enough. Al, didn't expect to run into you out here. Likewise. What are you doing out here? Truffle hunting. It's something the kids and I do together. Gets us out in the great outdoors and gives us a chance to all bond as a family, you know. Actually, I don't know. In fact, I find it very interesting that you've never mentioned this little hobby before today. In the day when certain parties are looking for excuses to be out in this neck of the woods. Certain parties? Where? My kids love parties. Also, I'm sure I would have told you about this little tradition of ours any time had you asked what me and my kids have been up to. I don't think I have ever asked about that, so yeah. Truffle hunting. Appears to be a house up here. And a dot.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
The entire police force. Alright everyone, thanks for coming to the annual police department picnic. Thanks to Betty for putting this all together. Ah yes, definitely a good use of time as opposed to actually solving crime. It's a bunny. Yeah, except, you know, I do not claim this bunny as one of our own because he's the police chief. So, even though I'm using my own voice for him. So if you pass by her desk, give her a polite nod in recognition of her service. The picnic is about celebrating the very hard work our department does. We were supposed to be working. And that's why today is all about us, the police. Not party crashers who think they can do our job better than we can and think they can just sneak up and eavesdrop. He's talking about you, Al. Oh, right. Chief, what are you doing in this forest? Which part of department picnic that you're not invited to did you not pick up on? Sir, I think I've got a lead that'll crack this whole dead cat case wide open. Are you still on about that? Case is closed, Wilde. No case, no reward, nor nothing. And no reason for you to be skulking around. Certainly not on a day where we're enjoying ourselves in the woods completely innocently without a suspicious possibility in the world. Psst, Betty. What are you doing here? You need those furry ears of yours cleaned? Department picnic, like I said. Now is not a good time. I don't have time to explain, but these woods are swarming with insane cultists. So far, I've only seen you. So that covers the insane part. Betty, for once in my 9 lives, I'm being serious. Something's going on in this forest to do with whatever's behind that cat case. Well then, guess it's a good thing the chief insisted we have our picnic today in these woods. Why? Because there's even more cover for cultists being out here now? No, because it means I'm around to keep an ear out. And if it sounds like you need all the help you can get... Thanks, really, I mean it. Nah, it's too close to being a moment. Go on, keep looking around. That was awfully close to being a moment, yes. Oh, you're that cat who was getting their fur in a twist about the scene at the warehouse. You mean that scene where a cat that looked exactly like me except for the size, shape, and swanky outfit ended up dead? Yeah, that scene. Don't know why you're so bothered, frankly. Been looking forward to this picnic. I could use some fun, social downtime after working so hard. He works so hard, everyone. Oh yeah, I saw how hard you worked at the archive. So hard. Look, I was awake and capable of conversation. That's, you know, that's all you can ask of me. I consider that a pretty damn productive day myself. Besides, it's hard work having the memory of an elephant. It takes a lot of mental diligence to never forget. I guess that makes sense. Also, who are you again? If I were running a cult, that looks like a place I might meet.
Looks like a cabin. Exactly the kind of remote secret location a cult needs for all its dark rituals.
I love dark rituals. You know that's not tournament legal anymore? What a good card. 1 black mana to get 3 black mana? Oh,
Who knows what sort of diabolical scene I'll be walking in on.
Let's peek around. We can't go behind the waterfall. What kind of game is this? I take it back. No longer game of the year. No waterfall.
Okay, significantly less diabolical than I expected. But hang on. What is a cabin this nice doing out here? I thought the whole point of a cabin was to go back to nature, not whatever this is. Either someone's missed the point, possibly me, or something's up with this place.
Cake, yeah.
I'd better look around.
Everybody loves cake.
Whoa, these wall lamps are really shoddily made. They just fold over the second you touch them. Either that, or they're hidden levers.
One of the two. Miss G promised cake. She did, didn't she? That's right. Hey, Bowser the Butt.
But what are the chances a secret cult would be into that sort of thing, right?
What are the odds?
I wonder if there are any others.
Oh. You appear to be on a timer. Nailed it.
Ha. Open sesame.
Easy.
Wait. Open. Open sesame. Sesame, would you please open? Oof. No way I'll make it from the switch to the other side of the door. Not without getting squished. Maybe I could brace the door open with something. I don't know. Eesh. This culture doesn't go much for convenience, does it? Ah, perfect. That should be sturdy enough to wedge the door open. that'll hold.
If we wanted to take
Guess
the
it just
extra
needs to
time,
for another few seconds.
like, we could put the collar. Just throw the collar in there, right? And then leave and teleport behind it if we wanted to be extra safe, but, yeah. Use the collar to teleport, but...
Oh, hey. That's handy.
It would be a
map
crazy
of the
long
evil
walk to do,
kidnapping
yeah.
cult's lair.
But we could just, you know, call our landlady there and have her drive us as usual. Okay. Alright. Elephant, bird, cat. Cemeteries. Lair. Lab.
See, there it is. Layer in big letters. Even have it underlined. How thoughtful.
It's not underlined, actually.
I guess that must be where the cultists gather. Let's not be there for the moment. What else is there? Oh, hey, it looks like we're close to all the animal cemeteries in the area. That's not creepy in the slightest. The elephant graveyard is near here. Huh. Hope they've got big holes and big shovels to dig them. Budgie burial grounds. For all the budgies and birds of a feather. I was there once. Mistook it for an all-you-can-eat buffet.
Oh, dear.
And, of course, kitty for the dead. I'll be there one day. Not today, I hope. It seems this tunnel system links up with all the cemeteries around here, with different ways to get to each.
I'm gonna uncap my knees. Why would you do that, Smexy sus little wolf? Also, welcome, Smexy sus little wolf.
I'm sure that's not in any way, shape, or form going to be important information to remember. Maybe I should explore for myself a little. Worst case, I can always check the map if I forget anything in 2 minutes or so.
Dang. You've been following all this time, and yet that's your first time in, you know, saying something, apparently. I do hope I'm not supposed to remember all that, because I'm not doing it. I could write it down, but I don't want to do that. Ah, thank you. I shall have a sip of my tea. You uncapped knees gremlin. Don't uncap my knees. I need those for dancing.
Oh, they got a cell down here too.
Oh, hello. That must be Schrodinger.
Cozy. Everything a cult HQ needs for nefarious shenanigans.
That's what humans sound like. You first. Who's there? Albert? How do you know my name? Ah, thank you, Smexy. Mein Gott, you've grown, Albert. And started walking around on two paws. And wearing clothes. And talking. Wait, you're not my Albert, are you? You're the Albert of this universe. Of course, it makes sense. Actually, no, nothing is making sense right now. So let's start with something I can make sense of. Who are you? My name is Erwin Schrodinger. I'm a physicist, specializing in quantum theory. And these are my cats, Niles, Werner, and Max. Wait, that's not possible. You're on some sort of lecture trip abroad, I think. Also, I'm fairly certain you're not weirdly pink and furry. That must be my counterparts from this universe, I imagine.
Verrückt.
If there are multiple Alberts, it stands to reason there are multiple Schrodingers. Wait, that's right. That was the name Mr. G mentioned. You were the one trapped in the closet, weren't you?
Ja.
Yeah, that was me. His wife trapped me in there, and I have arrived in your world.
Ja.
Mr. G found me and went for help, but his wife returned before he did.
So,
She and her cultist friends brought me here, and I've been stuck here ever since. Save for when they forced me to work in the lab. Lab? Our world? Hang on, what are you talking about? I'm not from your world. This is an isekai. Did you know this game is an anime, apparently? We're dealing with an isekai situation here. I can't believe I've been transported to another world, and I'm working in a... and everyone's an animal, and I'm working in a lab. It's complicated to explain. I tried to tell Mr. G, but... You know what the fuck is that? What, this thing that we're talking to? Apparently they're from another world. It's weird, right? I don't think he quite understood. I know, it's creepy, right? Well, if he didn't understand it, then I'm in deep cowpats. Just try explaining it like I'm 5 years old. Well, maybe because, well, I am 5 years old. Let's start with... Still love how every isekai has a home-stuck troll movie title. I know, right? Like, they all have... They just have to. It's partly because most of them are based on, like, light novels, and for some reason Japanese light novels are also just a synopsis of the story. They can't just have, like, a title. They have to be a synopsis of the entire story, right? What do you mean by our world? Or your world? Whatever.
Richtig.
You see, in quantum theory, there is the idea of the multiverse. Multiple universes all existing simultaneously parallel to each other. At every event point, a diversion can occur, creating a new universe. The multiverse is a quantum superposition with infinitely increasing divergent quantum worlds. I was with you all up, all the way up to, you see. Right, well, the simple version is that there are infinite worlds and dimensions out there, each springing out of a different choice or outcome. Let's just say you chose to have butter on your toast for breakfast this morning instead of jam. That means that, parallel to this world, there's a world where instead you chose jam, and the rest of the day played out accordingly. Joke's on you. I had both butter and jam on my toast this morning. I was hit by a truck, and now I'm in a world of cats, and also I only have one leak in my bag. Yeah, for real. I'm a fresh new Yakuza, and I'm getting blamed for a murder someone set me up for. It was an interesting game I played. Yeah, I know, right? What I came up with is that true fantasy anime had enough world building to have a cool title, but isekai are bereft in world building. Most of them really are. They just rely on the tropes to get you through, right? That's why so many of them are just... basically just JRPGs, right? It's just, oh, this world works under, like, RPG laws. You know what an RPG is, right? There you go. We don't need to explain guilds and levels and, you know, all this kind of bullshit. Like, just don't worry about it. It's really, really lazy writing, I have to say. I also feel the need to once again point out that since they're evoking Schrodinger here, that the whole idea with Schrodinger's cat was not Schrodinger actually saying that he believed in quantum superpositions for electrons. Schrodinger was actually, like, critical of that. Schrodinger actually believed that it was silly to believe that an electron existed in a superposition until observed. And the idea of Schrodinger's cat was a thought experiment that he said, okay, well, what if we tie the position of an electron to something more tangible, like the life of a cat? Right, so let's say we put a cat in a box and hooked up some poison to be released when an electron in a particular molecule was in a particular position. you're saying, you know, under the theory of superposition, that would mean that the cat would be both alive and dead until we looked at the cat, right? And he was not saying that that was true. He was critical of that and saying that he thought that was silly and dumb. But everyone mistakes Schrodinger for that. Everyone thinks, oh yeah, Schrodinger was saying that's how that works, that everything exists in this quantum superposition like that, when no, not at all. It was the exact opposite. Sorry, I always have to bring this up every time Schrodinger is mentioned. It's a little bit of a pet peeve of mine. And then worlds for outcomes within outcomes, diverging further and further. Thus, some worlds would be identical to the one you know, while others would be very different. To the point where some have animals that don't speak or wear clothes or stand like humans. Is he rolling in... Exactly. Is he rolling in this grave because of this, or isn't he? Yeah, so we won't know until we take a look, right? And again, he wasn't saying that, you know, like, people also leave out the fact that it wasn't just you put a cat in a box and, you know, the cat is alive or dead. That is not what the thought experiment was. The thought experiment was, you know, and you have a device that releases poison into the box to kill the cat when a molecule is in a certain position, when an electron is in a certain position. You know, and again, even with that, he was actually saying, no, that's not the case. It's silly to assume that a cat is both alive and dead. Just like there's no Turing test in Turing's paper. Is there not? I was unaware of that. That's interesting. I'll have to look that up. That I was unaware of. What are humans? My point exactly. Your world doesn't even have them, due to some earlier difference in history. And yet, I am one myself. Both worlds have Schrodinger's, and it seems Albert's, but they are very different animals. Literally, in some cases. Anyway, anything I can explain? The lab. You said the cult had you working in the lab? What does that mean? When I first arrived, I told that she-wolf that what had happened and where I came from. I thought she could help, but instead she told her cult, and they got an idea. They thought they could use me and my work to achieve their own evil ends. So they locked me in here and made me work on their little project. Excuse me. Now, his whole thing was just if one computer could mimic another, which they could. Okay. Okay. So, how's that been going? Bad, for them. None of them knew anything about quantum physics and engineering, so they just threw me in here and threatened me to work. At first, I refused. But was my life? What was my life to stopping them? What was my life? What was my life to stopping them anyway? But then they brought Niles and Max. I couldn't put them at risk. The weird-looking cats. They threatened them. Yes, unless I designed something to help them. But even then, I didn't know what I was doing. So I was able to work on something to help me escape. But more fooled me. They tired of my delays and excuses and locked me up for good. And worse, I realized that I was just their backup plan. Backup for what? A rainy day? No, for finding all of my cats and collecting their collars to... My God, the collars! Tell me, are they safe? I know the cult recovers 3 of these kitties here, but what of mine? And my Alberts? I really need to make myself a beans emote. Just like grab a picture of my beans. I keep forgetting to. It wouldn't take too terribly long for me just to whip one of those up. And the theme from Alfie does not appear in Alfie. Interesting. How did you get in this cell anyway? Or scratch that. How did you get in Mrs. G's closet to start with? Yeah, we know how he got in the cell from the closet. Well, I was conducting some experiments involving atomic disruption and translocation involving wave functions of On second thought, considering no one else seemed to understand what I was testing, I'll try to keep it basic. Suffice to say, I was working on an experimental machine that required a test subject. And considering I'd already done some major thought experiments with cats, I figured it was only fitting to use one again. Okay, they're at least bringing up here that it was a thought experiment with the cats, not, you know, he never actually put a cat in a box. Another common misconception. Did the cat agree? In our world, cats barely agree to anything. Ain't that the truth? Hey, Iraqi. Oh yeah, this is Schrodinger. But Albert, my Albert, eventually got in the box and I activated the machine. But when I opened the box, Albert was gone, along with his collar. I had no idea where he'd gone or what happened to him. So you stopped the experiment in its tracks so you could find my counterpart, right? Ah, no. In science, you must be repeat experiments to ensure the results are accurate. So I did it again with Max, Werner, and Niels. Niles. By the time I realized what had happened, that their collars had supercharged the machine to cause multiversal teleportation, all of them had vanished, and I was worried. So I attempted to follow them. You got in the multidimensional teleprompter box? Teleprompter. Well, yes, along with the collar to ensure the same traversal would occur. And it did, albeit with some complications. Dogs sit happily amid the evidence of their crimes while a cat has everyone blaming each other. Yeah, it's true. Something like that. One such complication was appearing in a certain apartment along with a large implosion that took out the ball. Looks like fate, a little bit. How you doing, Raggy? So the holes that kept coming up were from you and your cats teleporting in? That's right. And in my case, it certainly caught the attention of the animal living there, Mrs. G. She acted concerned, asked me what I was doing there, and after I told her everything, offered me some rather potent tea to put me to sleep. Sounds like you know the rest. Don't worry, the collars are safe. Well, 2 of them are. Thank goodness. I'm glad that my friend, Mr. G, was able to take them somewhere safe. Yeah, I got both of them on me in my pocket. You what? You stupid cat. Why would you bring them here? Don't you know they're what the cult is looking for? I don't understand why they're so important, other than, you know, the whole I can teleport places thing. That's pretty important. The experiment that sent the cats were supercharged their collars with... Wait, do you want simple or accurate? Oh, simple, 100%, of the time, always. Well, the collars got charged with energy when they were transported to this world. Thus, the power to be in 2 places at once, like a teleporter, as you apparently found. All 5 were all 5 were in the same place. They would have enough combined energy to do that for places between worlds, or to rip open the space-time fabric between them. Still not simple enough. Is that good or bad? Oh, very bad. It's one thing for a human or a cat to come from one world to another, but an entire universe? Even I couldn't guess what might happen. One world colliding crowding out another? Both worlds being merged by force? Both worlds blinking out of existence? Okay, yeah, that last one seems like something that should be avoided for sure. Indeed, which is why I gave my collar to Mr. G to keep it away from the cult. Not bring it straight to them, Doomkopf. So what's the deal with these cats? For starters, they look different, small, naked. Ah, that's natural for our world. In our world, cats are small and adorable pets that live around humans as companions. What? Impossible. Surely with our intellect and manipulation skills, we'd be running the show and forcing other species to do our bidding. That's, well, you're not entirely wrong there. Oh, well, good. The very idea of us being pets, we'd never have masters, we'd have staff. At any rate, 4, with my Albert, have been a big help in my work. Keeping me company in the lab and so on. That was how I got the idea to try my new machine on them and see how it worked. I never thought it would react with their collars and send them here. Okay, ignoring the shrieking, hissing, clawing ethics of the whole situation. Wait, you teleported them here ahead of you? Then why did you arrive a month before they started showing up and getting catnapped by the gangs? Time moves differently between universes. What happened first can end up coming last, so it was with my cats and myself. I sent Albert, my Albert, through first, then Werner, Max, Niels, then tried it myself. I arrived first, then Niels, Max, and Werner were found in order. Which only leaves the first cat, my Albert. Oh, had to mute myself there. I had a sneeze coming on. Didn't actually fully come out, so that's a little unsatisfying. Ah. I thought I heard something about him coming through, but they haven't brought him back. Do you know what happened to him? Oh boy. So, about your Albert. Do you know what happened to him? Well, I have good news. Death happened, or so, thought experiment. So if I knew what happened to him, whether he was alive or dead, but didn't tell you, well, then in theory, he would be in a state of both being, no, that's exactly the wrong takeaway. That's exactly the opposite of what Schrödinger believed. Oh, it sounds too much like being a zombie. I'll just tell you he's dead then. But no, what happened? His body was found at a warehouse downtown. No signs of foul play. Or foul play, for that matter. Just a big hole in the roof way above him. No one knew who or what he was, or what killed him. That was actually how I got involved in this case to begin with, to earn the reward. I mean, get to the bottom of things. Plus, you know, he looked a little like me. The hole in the roof, you say? I wonder if the fall killed him. He might not have had time to land on his feet. Or, maybe the whole thing was just too much strain and trauma for the poor boy. He was getting on in years and didn't have the best heart. Yet you used him for your big weird experiment. Well, that was exactly because he curled up inside the machine and refused to budge when I tried to get it started, so I went along with it. I gave up arguing with dear Albert years ago. Sounds like he didn't have the best heart or the best brain. No, that was my Albert for you. Fluffy, lovable, charming, and profoundly stupid. Why are you smirking wistfully at me like that? Oh, just musing on the fates that led my Albert to his death, but brought another Albert here to help. Let's just hope you're a little smarter than the Albert from my world. So what is the cult's goal, at any rate? They must think you can help them somehow. What is the goal of any cult? Either fanaticism or fantasy. Specifically, fulfilling their own fantasies and desires. And they brought you here to do that. Did they arrange the whole thing with you and the cats teleporting here? No, I don't think they are that smart. My arriving here was an accident. All they did was jump on the chance to capitalize on it once they realized I could help them. But help them do what? What do they want? They would not tell me. Other than claiming that reaching other worlds would help them become everything they were supposed to be. Could they not have just joined the army or something? At any rate, that's why they've been collecting all the collars. Bringing them together should allow them to rip apart the fabric of reality and reach other worlds. But in the meantime, they had me working on a little backup project that might get them there as well. Little did they know it might get me out of here. Okay, never mind all this deep theoretical physics mumbo-jumbo. How do I get you out? The cultists keep the key on them at all times. Oh goody, I get to be a cat burglar. Funny story, as a kid, I thought it was cat bugler, so I pestered my parents for a bugle, cat bugler, okay. I can read. I have an easier idea. That backup project they've made me work on? It's actually a little miniature teleporter. Like a small version of my original device. In theory, it could teleport a user to the same spot in another world. Hence, why the cult ordered me to work on it. Then why not use it to get away from here? Any world's gotta be better than this one, even if they do have smaller, dumber kitties. Well, one, it's not finished yet. And two, I've been deliberately sabotaging and modifying it for more local teleportation. Say, teleporting me out of myself. But three, and most importantly, it needs to be charged first. And more specifically, charged with quantum particles that vibrate between realities. You mean like the charged particles that are in these collars? Exactly. And since you were stupid enough to bring your collars along, well, turns out that was a smart move. Hey, being smart in stupid ways is sort of my calling card. Okay, so go to the laboratory. It's very close to this cell, just out the tunnel. Once you're in there, look for the mini teleporter and bring it here. So, what does the mini teleporter look like? Well, you won't be able to miss it. You'd have to be an idiot to mistake it for anything else. That sounds totally promising and not foreshadowing in any way, shape, or form. Hurry! The cultists might discover us at any moment. I'll be waiting here. Everything depends on you, my second Albert. Hey, I think you'll find I'm Prime Albert, and the one in the only original, and I'm about to go prove it. I like, you know, go hurry now, right? As if we haven't been standing here talking for like how long, right? We're talking to the cats, okay. Hi, my name's Albert. I like to get the real deal from a fellow cat, and... Whoa, okay. Hostile witness here. Oh, that's just Max. He's like that with almost everyone. Not like his namesake, Max Planck. Friendly chap. Brilliant, of course. Originated the notion of quantum physics, and... I think the only physics this cat is interested in is getting physical with my face. Alright. So let's see. We need to go to the lab. Let's see.
I'd better check the map out again if I'm gonna get out of here. I'd better check the map out again if I'm gonna get out of here.
So the C there was probably the cell, right? And so the lab would yeah. Oh, that's the cabin. The C cabin?
I'd better check the map out again if I'm gonna get out of here.
So we went that way. So it would just be like the turn off to the left there.
You know, as raw or take down the weirdo cult as I am, I sort of feel like walking right into their little meeting to tell them off isn't quite the right way to do it. It just seems so gauche.
Okay, so not this way.
Not to mention dangerous as heck, though clearly that wouldn't stop me.
Okay, well, we're not going that way, apparently. It's very specifically not letting us go that way. I tried even pressing forward a little bit just to see what would happen. I am incredibly bad with directions, actually, yes. I have no sense of direction. Okay.
I'd better check the map out again if I'm gonna get out of here. So
that was the lair that we went down. Did we go? Okay, that is the lab.
Whoa. What is this place? What is all this stuff? Okay. Schrodinger said the mini teleporter was in this room. That even an idiot would know which one it is. And I'm no idiot, so, should I start?
Okay, I mean, this looks like the big teleporter that we've been using.
A big metal box. Wait, didn't Schrodinger say something about his experiments and research involve cats in boxes or something? Well, this is a box, and boxes make for great teleporters for reasons. Ingenious, really. Yeah, this has gotta be it. Nothing else it could be, right? I bet Schrodinger's gonna be impressed.
That's definitely not the correct item. There's no way it's the right one. Good news. I was able to find your teleporter. Oh, thank goodness. Here, bring it close so I can see it. Here it is. You're clever to disguise it as this box. I know you like boxing. I know you like boxes and putting cats in them to make them disappear or something. Hey, I don't judge. But I figured this had to be it. 999. That was how I got the cats here in the first place, not how I get them out. Look, I don't know the ins and outs of your weird cat in the box obsession, my guy. You do you. Somewhere, somehow, Albert Einstein is laughing at me. I can feel it. The point is, no, that's not the teleporter I asked you to find. And you'd know that if you paid any attention. I don't know, I kind of figured it may or may not have been a teleporter, and no one could really know until it was properly observed. Perhaps I was being a little hasty when I said even an idiot could recognize the teleporter. Either that, or you are a very profound idiot. And 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Which I never really understood now that I think about it. Aren't those two entirely different numbers? Profound idiot, got it. Anyway, let's just hope that was a temporary snag. Should you head back there and find the actual teleporter this time? But you could actually describe it to me. You know. Alright. There's a banana. There's a watch. Hey Pip, welcome. Yeah, we need the bit, of course. We need the ongoing joke of it, right? We have ads in about 5 minutes. Alright, clearly it's the banana, right?
Huh. Is this a banana? Why is there a banana in here? Seems kind of out of place. Which clearly means it must be the mini teleporter.
It must be.
I bet there's all sorts of strange tech hidden within its mysterious rubbery yellow skin.
Mm-hmm. Somebody alert Dirges.
Okay, that last one was a bust. But this has definitely got to be the teleporter. I'm sure Schrodinger will agree.
It's gotta be. Good news. I was able to find your teleporter. I trust you actually collected the right one this time? Oh, absolutely. I recognized the teleporter as soon as I saw this banana. Gotta hand it to you. This was an amazingly intelligent move to hide the teleporter in the banana. How did you manage to get past the peel to... What are you talking about? Yes, Crow? It's a banana, you stupid feline. Yeah, well, yes, but that's the giveaway, isn't it? Why would something as odd and out of place as a banana be in a scientific lab? Only one explanation. That the cultists kept me fed while I worked, and that banana was my lunch? Sid donated for your headset, and he's the second. Nice, very nice. Yeah. Congrats. Okay, 2 explanations, I suppose. I can't believe my life rests in the hands, paws of a cat who can't recognize a mini teleporter when it's right in front of him. Oh, like your cats would recognize it. Trust me, you don't want to start comparing your intellect to that of my pet cats. I don't think you'd be flattered by the results. Okay, one more time. Get the mini teleporter. And get it right this time. I'm happy for you, Crow. I mean, a watch is too easy.
A watch, huh? It looks like an ordinary watch
I'm
to
sorry,
me.
Pip.
But that must be its genius. He said it was a mini teleporter. How much more mini do you get than being on the back of your wrist? That guy is so smart. All right, I got the last two wrong. But this time it's gotta be the one. Third time's the charm. Ow. That hurt. Didn't land on my feet that time. Because something was under my feet. What did I trip on? Huh. What's this? Looks like some garbage just lying around. I guess Schrodinger isn't practicing good organization in the lab. Someone should call him on that. I'll bring this along so I can wave it in his face and scold him.
Clearly. Good news. I was able to find your teleporter. I can't bear another round of idiocy. Please, tell me you actually brought the teleporter this time? Oh, absolutely. By process of elimination, I'm figuring it absolutely positively 75% chance has to be this watch. You mentioned it was a mini teleporter, so I figured it had to be something that went on your wrist, all convenient like a watch. That was some excellent deductive reasoning. Whew. Except for the bit where you're totally wrong. This is just an ordinary watch, Doomkopf. Hey, don't blame me. You were the one talking about all the weird stuff like reality and time being weird and bendy and stuff. I figured that totally had to be a hint at watches and clocks. Unless I'm thinking of that one artist who does weird bendy watches and clocks. What was his name? Salvador Dalmatian? Unbelievable. A lab with barely anything of note, and you still failed to find the one vital device. Hey, I tried, okay? I went through almost everything that was there, and now there's barely anything left. Down to one last thing to check. That, and the garbage I tripped over. Garbage? What do you mean? Oh yeah, this thing I tripped over on my way out. Don't you ever clean or organize your workspace? Or do you just litter anything broken or worthless on the ground? You stupid, beautiful cat. That is the mini teleporter. You found it. I did. I mean, obviously I did. But are you sure? It looks kind of dead. Doesn't even turn on. Of course not. That's because it hasn't been charged with quantum particles. It was why I couldn't use it earlier. I was hoping for a chance to charge it with one of the collars the Colt's been keeping. Alright. Ads ought to be starting in a second here, so once they do, we'll take a break. But now that an adorable idiot has brought along the collar like a good little kitty. Hang on, I'm not that type of kitty, and... Oh, wait, you mean you're Albert's collar. Sorry, I thought you meant something else. Oh, speaking of collars, Pip. There you go. Sorry, I thought you meant something else. Touch this collar to the mini teleporter for a few moments. That should, you should feel a slight tingle. Zip, ow. My fur is all staticky. If it's ready, then hand it over through the bars. You're welcome, Pip. Make sure you're ready to run once I'm out. And there's the ads playing, so we'll wait for the ads to be over. How's everybody doing? Hope everybody's enjoying this silly little game. I'm having a good time with it. I'm doing well. Yeah, that's pretty great, Crow. How much, how much has it been, Ah, thank you. I am in fact sipping some tea. Ah, and some stretchies. Plot revolves around accidentally putting metal in the quantum microwave. It really kind of does, yeah. Oh, let me stretch. Yeah. How much is the headset funded so far, Crow? Wow. Very nice. Like almost, yeah, almost halfway. That's great. Very cool. I keep trying to think of stuff that I should put on there, and then but I always stop myself because I'm always like, no, I don't want to ask for stuff. You swear if you actually do get a headset, you fear you'll wake up because it feels like a dream. Well, you're almost halfway there. More jingles, Pip. My collar may not be able to charge things with, you know, quantum particles, but it can charge up Pip with excited energy. Alright. We ought to be back from ads in just a few seconds here. Yeah. Very nice. I'm happy for you, Crow. Alright. There we go. We ought to be back from commercials now. It's true, it's not that far off. I'm pretty sure, like, Pip gets so excited enough hearing the jingles that she could probably power a teleporter. Alright, I think it's got enough juice in it to get where it's going. Excellent. Pass it through the bars to me and I'll activate it. Niles, Max, Werner, come to me, little buds. We're going to get out of this nasty place and back home to a nice saucer of milk. Actually, Mr. Physicist, who apparently doesn't know his biology, most cats are lactose intolerant. It's true. This is true. Adult cats are lactose intolerant. You should not actually give adult cats milk. As much as they love the taste of it, it is bad for their tum-tums. Don't do it. Commercials, what are those? I know, right?
Blah, blah.
Cats also eat flowers, too. Yeah, cats eat a lot of things that upset their tum-tums. I believe this is worth an abracadabra. Wait, how did you just teleport out of your cell like that? Well, for now at least, the teleporter will take me to the source of its quantum charge. In this case, the collar. I'm sure it's very shocking and confusing to you. Oh, actually not shocking at all. Confusing, absolutely, but it sounds like it's just a small version of the IQ-0 machine that teleports me places. Can I take a look at it? I suppose you can if you... Wait, you've been teleporting yourself? With Albert's collar? But how? It's a long story. Lots of physics involved, which you'd probably dig, actually, but the machine's a lot bigger than this. More colorful, too. Well, perhaps you can tell me all about your own quantum spatial adventures. Maybe after we escape this benighted cult. Won't someone think of the flowers, yeah. Right, follow me. I've wedged open the entrance to these tunnels. Once we're through and back in the cabin, we can go help. Alright, let me slip under the first. Wait, what? I'm the only one who's I'm the one who's been captive for weeks. Surely I deserve to get out of here first. Yeah, but consider my counter argument. I don't like it here and I want to leave, so I should get to leave. Fine, go ahead then. Just be careful. That door is being held open by sheer dumb luck at this point. Well, given your presence, I figure we have plenty of that at this point. Hey, wait a minute. Well, now you're through and safely on the other side. Next up is... my cat. My cats! Niles, Werner, Max, come to me, my little babies. Okay, now that everyone but me is totally safe, I think it's high time for me to be totally safe as well. Werner, what are you doing? Werner, no. Werner? Werner? Stop scratching that thing. It's not a toy, young man. Leave it alone. Stop adding at it. Is it in your way? Is it in a rather awkward place, isn't it? Let me just nudge it so it's out of the way. Are you serious? Oh no, wait. Not exactly my brightest moment. I'd say so. Help, help. Everything okay, or are you idiot? Thought you were supposed to be the smart one. The one who knew about physics. What part of thing jammed in door stops door moving did you miss in your education? Look, I'm more of a theoretical physicist, really. Besides, it's really Werner's fault. Should have known that anyone named after Heinsberg was going to be trouble. Yeah, whatever. There's a way to open the door on your side. Just flip the switches on the lamp thingies on the walls at once. Explained like a true professional. Yeah, you're supposed to be the award-winning brainiac. Fine, simple terms. Flip 4 levers quickly. Jam open door quickly. Got it? Well, yes, except for the quickly bit. I'm not a cat like you. I'm getting on in years. No way I can move that quickly. Oh, are you saying I'm stuck in here? I can go get help. Who should I look for? I think Betty, right? I think Betty. I think it's Betty, right? I don't trust Mr. G with this. Thank you, Kaneko. Rudy might help us only because we owe him money, but Rudy, I think, also has connections to the cult. There you go, Pip. More jingles. So I think it's Betty, right? I think we say Betty. Find Officer Betty. She's a dear friend of mine, and a cop. An actual vaguely decent one. She'll be able to help you and send backup for me. I understand. I take it if I don't see her, any other police officers I find should be able to help me? Should is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence, let's just say. Very well, but what about you? What can we do to help get you out once I find help? The map on the wall showed that there were a bunch of cemeteries and graveyards out here. I think the tunnels might link up at them. Tell Betty to bring help and meet me at... I think the cat cemetery looked like the easiest one. Dad just came in and asked why you got so excited, and I told him jinglies. Nice. Be waiting at Kitty for the Dead cemetery. Kitty for the Dead, like pity for the dead. Got it. Okay. I'll get there as soon as I can. I just have to memorize the route through the tunnels to reach that exit. Not just the tunnels out. You'll have to go straight through the cultist meeting hall to get there. All the cultists are still meeting. Yeah, I know. That's why I told you to bring help and be there waiting. I'm gonna be coming in hot with a lot of cultists on my very fine tail. Very well. I'll find your friend and make sure they bring plenty of backup. Alright, now before you go, I have a foolproof plan that you'll need to tell them exactly so that we... Wait, hello? Are you still there?
Well, crap. He left in a hurry. Sure hope it was because he was worried about me and wanted a rescue party put together quickly. Anyway, I guess I won't be getting out this way anytime soon. Which means there's only one way to go.
Alright. I think the cat cemetery looked like the easiest one to memorize.
I'd better check the map out again if I'm gonna get out of here.
So it's gonna be right, left, right, left. Hold on, I'm writing that down. Actually, hold on. This is what we have chat for, right? No, you're cheating. right, left, right, left. Yeah, that should be right. Almost forgot back in the 80s or 90s calling a girl Betty was a compliment. Betty Rubble was obviously cuter and smarter than Wilma. It's true. I can call you Betty. Betty, when you call me, you can call me Al. But also, Zyre,
right,
don't you like don't you like redheads?
lion's
So wouldn't
den.
you all be fond of Wilma? So I thought you had a don't you have a soft spot for redheads?
If there are any lions in the cult.
All right. Right, left. Right, left. You do, but Betty is Betty. That's fair. That's a fair assessment. Brethren, we're approaching the dawning of a new age. Everything we've worked for is at hand.
So the chief of police was in on this.
What a shock.
That's the least surprising thing I've learned all day, actually.
Hooray, at last, we are going to have everything we wanted. Man, darn it, there's two people here that I've been using my own voice for. It's about time. Thought that fool Schrodinger was never going to finish that device of his. Yes, we don't need it now. Nah, I think we just went really high pitch with Manny, right? Also, I can't believe it's Manny. At least he's alive, but also, darn it, he's part of the cult.
Not now that we have all the collars in our possession. Once we touch them all together, it will open a rupture for us.
Just like Schrodinger was worried about. But hang on.
Not to be that cultist guy, but what do you mean all the collars? There are 5, and looks like we've still only got 3.
Oh, good. Someone else noticed it too. I was worried I'd screwed up the math.
An understandable error on your part, Brother Joe. Yes, we have these 3, and it's helpfully provided by the gang's contacts with the criminal underworld.
Ugh. I can barely hear him. He's too small. Maybe if I lean in a little closer.
As for the last 2, we have them now as well. Seeing as they're about to be hand-delivered.
Whoops.
Hand-delivered by the world's biggest moron. Told you that idiot would show up eventually.
Well, this is, I can explain. I'm here to return Jimmy's hat. Here to return Jimmy's hat. I found it in the woods while I was hiking for totally legit reasons. I know you were missing it earlier. Give it up, cat. We all know why you're here, what you were eavesdropping on, and what you got in your pockets. Hey, look, I know there's a lot of questionably grimy lint in those pockets, but please tell me I can thump him. I can thump him if he doesn't shut up. Well, I support you in thumping him even if he does. Shutting up now. Or, not shutting up? What do I have to do to not get thumped? Oh, I think the thumpings will happen pretty definitely. But it might be more satisfying to watch after we've achieved our goal. For now, however, handcuff him and take his collars. Then shove him in the cell with Schrodinger until we're finished with the ritual. Wait, you knew I had the remaining collars the whole time?
Yeah, of course you nincompoop. I was there in the room when you stole one of them from my vault, remember?
Oh yeah, but then why didn't you try to steal it back from me like you did with Alma?
Because you are what we in the organized crime biz like to call a total moron. Why waste time and energy on you when you were eventually gonna end up bumbling into our claws anyway? Yeah, I wouldn't have bothered casing Elma's place if I'd known she was gonna hand it over to you too.
That was a risk. If I'm such a moron, how'd you know I wouldn't lose the collars or break them somehow? That put a damper on your nefarious plans.
Perhaps, but I pegged you pretty early on as having the sort of a bone-deep stupidity that only screws yourself over, not anyone else.
I beg to differ. You didn't see the state this dumb cat left my bar in. Don't worry. Once we've accomplished our goal, you won't have to worry about this cat or your bar ever again. Which reminds me, what exactly is your plan anyway? I know it involves colors and multiverses and a bunch of stuff Schrodinger explained and I completely ignored. But I still don't know what you're actually trying to gain out of all this. How is messing with reality going to help you?
Like we're dumb enough to tell you.
Actually, our cult charter specifically states that we must share our grand vision when asked in order to recruit new members, so I think we're actually legally obligated to tell them. Well, that's ridiculous. Who wrote this, our charter? Some idiot with no understanding of the law?
Didn't you write the charter?
Alright. Well, I did want more chances to practice my dramatic monologues. And maybe a chance to explain how ripping open the fabric of reality is supposed to make you rich. Yes, I was always a bit unclear about that too, but I figure it works out somehow. Well, you've got a limited vision, Wilde, even for a cat. It was never about wealth and money for us. Wait, it wasn't? I've always thought we were going to get rich off of this. Maybe I should have actually read the charter. Since our founding, we have always known what true power is, that true power is beyond society's bounds. Its ridiculous trappings. It is nature. We gotta get back to our roots. Be our natural selves and our natural forms. Living as nature intended. I don't get it. Yeah, of course you don't. Yeah, stupid short cat in a dumb suit. But that's not what you're supposed to be, any more than I'm supposed to be working a day job and wearing a tie to keep my wife happy. I'm supposed to be 6,000 pounds of muscle, horns, and fury, while you're supposed to be a tiny four-legged furball like the one that came with Schrodinger. And now, thanks to Schrodinger, we can all be what we're supposed to be. Wait, what? You wanted us to be like the animals in Schrodinger's world, but why?
Hey, society stinks. Mostly because it's filled with idiots like you. Not superior animals like us. We deserve better.
But we didn't know what that was or how to get it. Until Schrodinger appeared in my living room, talking about coming from our other realities. I knew this could be an opportunity we've been waiting for, so I captured him and told the others. I'll admit, I got a bit hazy on things after that. Not sure how turning into our natural selves is going to make us all rich, but I'm sure it's part of the plan somehow. Right. But the point is that we realized the animals in Schrodinger's world are what our natural forms really are, before we started walking and talking and paying taxes.
And thus, we knew what we had to do. Tear open our universe and either rewrite it or leave it entirely for one where we can return to our natural forms and live the way nature intended.
Wait, that's your evil plan? That's your nefarious scheme to end all schemes?
Ingenious, isn't it? What do you think?
Wait, I'm sorry, were you expecting me to have any other answers in mind? But what's so stupid about it? Well, off the top of my head, it'll destroy reality, where's the profit, natural forms suck, you're missing steps, or it's just dumb? I mean, come on. You're ripping open a dimensional hole so you can turn into some natural form because it proves you're awesome somehow? You know, when he says it out loud like that, it does seem a little strange.
Blasphemy. Have faith in our sacred plan.
The sacred plan that you all only cooked up in a hurry after a strange man crashed your party and talked about his weird fixation about putting cats in dangerous experiments? That sacred plan? I'm just saying, this ultimate plan of yours doesn't seem very thought out. Or at all thought out. Or like anything resembling thought went into it. You got some nerve saying that, Albert. Considering you're dumber than the cats Schrodinger brought with him. Yeah, that may be true, but it seems like I'm smarter than all of you, huh?
And we're not the ones outnumbered and trapped. Joe, Jimmy, grab and take the collars. Then we can keep Schrodinger company in our cell.
Music to my ears. Give it up, cat. Wait, before you lock me up, there's something very important I have to say to... Who do we have something important to say to? Not Manny. We can't apologize to Manny for leaving him in the thing. Who do we want to talk to? Miss G, Jimmy, Joe. Joe, for some reason, I don't know why. I gotta tell you something, Cat to Rhino, about your wife. What? She and I have been going behind your back for months. Why, you... Yep, she betrayed you, Joe. We've been engaged in the most forbidden of all dances, the hokey pokey. You son of a tomcat! I'll kill you! I'd really rather you didn't. Otherwise, I'll have to cover up another death. Besides, this is all just a distraction from the matter at hand.
Sure is. Yoink!
It looks like you forgot that as a cat, I'm good at 3 things. Being dumb, being distracting, and being dexterous.
You idiots! He snatched the collars! Get him!
Prepare to run. Alright, we need to go right, left, right, left. Oh, ow. Didn't realize that was going to ask me to duck right there. Okay, there we go. We can do this. Hell! I pressed it right. I pressed it right. There we go. Right. Left. Right. Right. Left. It did not give me much time, no. Alright, I think that was the correct way. I think we're in the right graveyard. I hope.
Is this? Yes, I made it.
I think.
The cat cemetery. Just where I thought. Now, let's hope I don't end up in one of these graves ahead of schedule.
I mean, let's hope.
Oh boy. You sure caught up quick.
Give it up, Wilde. For the very last time, forever in fact, you're under arrest.
Funny you say that, Chief. That was gonna be my line to you. You're under arrest for conspiracy, theft, kidnapping, catnapping, cat slaughter, and attempted destruction of reality.
What? There's no such law for that last one. I should know, I'm a cop. Actually, reality has certain incidental properties, thus the destruction of reality could be seen as destruction of property, so... Schrodinger. For once, I'm glad to see someone smarter than I am. You found Betty like I suggested.
Obviously, I'm here, aren't I?
As always, I'm thrilled to see you, Officer Betty. Glad to know you were worried about me being catnapped, but... what was that about cat slaughter? I'm perfectly fine, as you can see. It wasn't about you, Dummkopf. It was about my cats. Poor little Albert.
Well, these jokers won't be hurting anyone else, cats or no cats.
And they won't be ripping apart reality and destroying space and time, either.
Thank you, Albert.
Don't make a thing of it. But, can't believe I'm saying this. I'm glad you're alright. Well, I think I lost a few of my 9 lives, but I'll be fine. What took you so long, anyway? Oh, that was my fault. I thought we could use a little more help.
I mean, that gets us to reluctant to tolerance. You'll have to do better than that if you want actual vague, warm feelings.
Elma, what are you doing here?
Well, when a strange pink-skinned creature comes running through the woods yelling for help, you start to pay attention. And you definitely do when you realize it's the same guy your brother found. So I figured, well, I'm already involved. May as well see it through.
I was lucky to meet Betty and Elma, but I was not expecting Elma to be related to the sheep who almost rescued me. He came to help, too.
I'm just glad I was able to help get you free this time. Although I also came for another reason. Honey, I could forgive your crappy cud pies, your strange sense and decor, your ballet budget, even your habit of trapping interdimensional scientists in the closet.
Wait, you can forgive that? But a cult bent on ripping apart reality? Sorry, babe, that's just too far for me. It's official. I want a devoted friend and partner who will weather any storm and also clean the place before going to jail. Okay, sweetie? Okay. See, I'm not the dumbest animal to ever live. I hate to admit it, but yeah, my brother's got you beat. What's going on? Why is my husband being arrested? Oh, God. Don't make me have to read out the charges again. Billy Joe was running with a really bad crew. He was trying to unmake reality just so he could feel stronger. As if. You don't believe I'd ever do something like that, do you, babe? Actually, I 100% believe it. What? Take him away. I think it's time. I enjoy this to enjoy the single life again. Oh, so do you think? Nope. Where is he? Where is the damn bird? I'm gonna kill him. Ah, boy. This Shrubdinger guy, Shrubdinger guy, told me how much grief you've really given me. Not only did your cult screw up, the only way this idiot would ever get the money to pay me back. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. But now this is gonna be front page news. Everyone's gonna want to know about it. I'll have to run the newsstand by myself. And if that weren't bad enough, you lost your Johnny hat. You are so fired. I have his hat. Fine, I was planning to land on your antlers and poop on you as soon as I got my natural form back anyway. But wait, even if Schrodinger found you all, how did you all get here? Well, I drove them here, sweetie, naturally. I heard the kerfuffle with your friend here, looking for help. And when I heard you were in danger, I just had to pitch in to save you. That really, Oh, wait, let me guess. I still have outstanding bills? Can't pay if you're dead, I say. Besides, I am a lawyer. And it sounded like this bust would result in a lot of potential new clients who need one. And that they will. Perhaps a few of them will make use of your services while we finish booking them. That's the last of them. They'll be going away for the absolute maximum the law allows. So at least a few months. Betty, everyone, I don't know what to say. Except that. I'm awesome, you're welcome, you're true friends, I'm still confused. I'm awesome. Yep, I think that's all I have to say. I'm awesome. In what universe? I guess we'll never know. We'll never know now the boundaries between realities have been saved. I wouldn't say awesome, but maybe, kinda entertaining in a stupid way. Occasionally helpful. Tolerable in small doses. Giant pain in the... Oops, sorry, I can't hear any of you over the sound of how awesome I am. Never mind the idiot. I've got to get these cultists back to the station. What's next for the rest of you? Well, I have to get back to my universe with my cats and those collars. They have to be destroyed so that they cannot be used like this again. But returning to my own dimensional world would require a more powerful machine than the teleporter I devised. I don't know where I might find one. I know where. Wait, you do? Well, will wonders never cease. Can you take me there? Yeah, absolutely. And by take you there, I mean hitch a ride there because I left my car back in the city.
There's something about the drive home after solving a case. You're tired, but triumphant. Drained, but delighted. Exhausted, but...
Oh, are you monologuing? Yeah. Well, stop it. I've got no time for it. We're almost at the end, after all. You'll have plenty of time for that later.
The end of what?
Don't mention it. Between you and Albert and the weird cult, I've got enough clients to put 10 more kids through college. Driving you is the least I could do. Speaking of the kids, sorry if the seats are uncomfortable. They have their toys all over, so if you feel something poking into your butt, that's all that is. Oh, no trouble. I think my little cats have found them and are playing with them. Oh, they are adorable, aren't they? Are all the cats in your world that cute? They're way cuter than Albert here. Continuing that theme of speaking of your kids, Deborah, where are they? Hmm? You took them out into the woods for a little family excursion, right? You didn't leave them there, did you? So, I hope you two don't mind if I just drop you off at the door and then head back right away. I seem to have forgotten something important. We're back. Sure am. And look, I saved Schrodinger and saved the world. Multiple worlds, actually. Hey, Starry. How are you? He did, technically. I'm surprised as you are, frankly. I'm not. Ah, see? Someone believes in me. You actually expected this balloon to save the multiverse? I'm doing well. Looks like we're probably just about to finish up Cat Detective here. How? Why? Because he's an Albert, and Albert's to save the day. Even the worst of them, it seems. That's me, I sure... Huh? I can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with Albert. Huh? What do you mean Albert's save the day? Because that's what we do. That's why I'm here. Wait, who are you? Pardon? Sorry for this, guys. I was under orders not to reveal myself until the situation was under control. That's why I wasn't very chatty. Didn't want you recognizing your own voice. You're freaking gorgeous. You're freaking gorgeous. I've never seen such a handsome devil in all of my life, except when I look in the mirror. Why, thank you. You're quite dashing and comely yourself, if I do say so, about myself. Perhaps proper introductions are in order. Like you, my name is Albert Wilde, but I also go by Albert693. Nice to meet you properly, Albert 120431. I've never seen such a handsome devil in all of my life, except when I look in the mirror. That's just the designation number of your reality. I think they missed a line there. There are countless versions of reality, versions of people, versions of Alberts. We needed to keep them straight. Fascinating. So you're an Albert from another reality. But what are you doing in this one, and why? To save you, Schrodinger 3, and to save this world, your world, and every world. That is what Quifa does. And what? And that's what does? I thought I heard a rude word. Yeah. That's why I paused for a second. I was like, this sounds a little rude, doesn't it? No. Quifa is short for Quantum Investigation Federation of Alberts. An organization of Alberts from across realities dedicated to protecting those realities. Shaves the cat bald. When a reality is in danger, one of our agents, me in this case, uses one of our quantum teleporters to head into the field and deal with the situation. It has gone a little Rick and Morty here, yeah. But what kind of situation? Oh, all sorts. We track and investigate quantum incursions across the multiverse, from minor incidences to existence-ending catastrophes. Ah, things like the cultist's plan, now I see. Thank you, Smexy Sus Little. Well, I don't see. Does this happen often? Ah, thank you, I shall hydrate. Twice, in fact. I have been doing a lot of reading. Thank you. Drown, wow. How'd you know about this? Does this happen often? Why all Alberts? What about Schrodinger's Albert? Sure. You say you saved our reality and saved Schrodinger, but you're forgetting who you didn't save. A poor little cat named Albert. It pains me to acknowledge the dumb cat called Albert has a point. Albert 3. I'm sorry we weren't able to save him. His death was a tragic accident, but not something any of us could have prevented. The implosions that occur when traveling from one world to the other can be dangerous. Our organization's teleporters protect against it. Goodness, more hydrate. But poor Albert only had a collar and a little colic. My poor boy. Hey, you still have me. That's quite the downgrade. Anyway, I'm sorry for your loss. He seemed like a very good kitty, and frankly, I would have probably executed Protocol Q-Lark for him if he'd survived. Let's see. Alright, well, it looks like we're gonna have to run through them all. Okay, I like the whole brave and stoic Albert saves reality shtick, but how'd you even know there was any danger in the first place? Our organization has technology to monitor the fabric of quantum space-time for any and all material movements between realities. I have no idea what any of that means. And as you might imagine, one scientist, 5 cats, and 5 collars fully charged with quantum energy was quite a big movement. I believe I'm to blame for that, not this Albert, if you cannot believe. Once we realized what had happened, we put a watch on this reality so we could return you and your cats at the earliest opportunity. But then we realized what the cultists planned, so I was sent as part of Protocol QLARC to act as an undercover agent. Got an entire organization dedicated to stopping multidimensional threats and stuff, right? How many of those are there? Oh, countless. Why, just a few weeks ago, we had no less than 3 reality warpers and 2 potential interdimensional annihilation events. Whoa, I could have probably slept easier not knowing that sort of constant risk of reality ending. That's the nature of the beast, sadly. If there are infinite possibilities in infinite universes, there are also infinite opportunities for things to go wrong. That's, that's true. It's not all catastrophe, either. Sometimes it's just petty crime, like interdimensional purse snatching. Well, how does that even work? And sometimes innocent people and animals just end up stumbling into the wrong reality, and we all have to do this escort. All we have to do is escort them home. That's always my favorite part of the job. Looking forward to helping Schrodinger home after all the hard work. So this entire organization of heroic, dashing, brilliant investigators, it's all just versions of me. Why? Frankly, I was wondering the same thing. Well, the story of how we were founded is a tale for another time. But as for why we recruit Alberts to the cause, well, such an important cause requires the best of the best, doesn't it? The creme de la creme, the pinnacle of perfection. I like where this is going. I have no idea where it's going, but I like it. Our studies have shown Alberts in the multiverses to be, on average, incredibly intelligent, quick-witted, fit, charismatic, and tenacious investigators. On average, there is the odd universe with an exception. Well, lucky for you, you didn't end up in one. Good thing I happen to be all of those things, otherwise you'd have been screwed. Speaking of, you didn't do it. You say you came to this universe to help and do stuff and be brilliant, Agent Albert, but you didn't really do anything. I mean, besides show you how to use the collar and the IQ-0 machine? Well, sure, but you didn't exactly dive into the middle of things, did you? You just sat on your fake feathered butt while I did all the hard work. It raises a good question. If you're trying to save the world and the multiverse, why would you just leave it in his paws of all places? Well, normally I'd be in the thick of things, but Protocol QLARC involves lying low, observing, and keeping interaction to a minimum while evaluating a potential recruit. Keeping interaction at a minimum. Thank you for the follow. Fees. Welcome, welcome. Hi, hi. Looks like we're just about finishing up Cat Detective, Albert Wilde. I'm doing great. Came across channel for the first time. Say, it's really impressive. Oh, is it? You find it really impressive, do you? Oh boy. Do go on, please. Tell me, what is it that impresses you about the channel? If you're being genuine, that's then I apologize, but you sound like a bot, so. I've seen bots that say these kind of things, you know. So do go on. Tell me exactly what is it that you find so interesting and impressive about the channel. Okay. Well, yeah, I imagine you can excuse the, you know, me for being suspicious because, you know. Well, do enjoy your time here then. You barely said 2 words to me after you helped me with the IQ0 machine. Couldn't you have... I'm sorry, wait. Did you just say potential recruit? That? Protocol QLARC stands for Quantum Local Albert Recruitment Crisis. It's an opportunity for us to see how the local Albert handles a quantum crisis. They're focusing on the wrong Albert in this shot, I believe. There we go. My job was to provide intel, quantum support, and technology, then serve both as backup and observation and evaluate on Albert's performance. Which I imagine was miserable and embarrassing enough to discount him from your recruit drive? You have got to be kidding me. Why would you ever recruit this idiot to your ranks? Isn't it obvious? I'm the best. Didn't you get the memo about the org? They only recruit the best of the best. The creme de la creme. And that's me, right? Well, that's beside the point. Ha, you see? You can't even say he's a recruit material with a straight face. Look, yes, the Alberts we've recruited so far are intelligent, skillful, and resourceful in a crisis. But sometimes, in this job, that's not enough. Sometimes the only thing that can crack a case or save reality is dumb luck. And that's something we're really lacking. Because you can't get that kind of luck by being smart. In fact, being smart cancels it out. No, the only way to get dumb luck, the kind of profoundly dumb luck we need, is to be dumb in the first place. Let me get this straight. You're hiring this idiot because he's an idiot. So that you can call on his dumb luck to save the multiverse. That's about the size of it, yeah. I'm feeling attacked. I'm not dumb. I'm just approaching things differently, that's all. Oh, absolutely. It's just that the way you approach things is dumb. I mean, if you want to, like, PM me some stuff, I suppose. Like, I'll be around for a little bit. Like, you know, after stream, I'll probably be getting food and whatnot, but yeah. And what's the approach we need more of? That's the approach we need more of in our organization. Yes, viewer. Yes, viewer Zyre. I'm doing very well, viewer. So you'll just drop yours. Yeah. Nah, it seems pretty suspicious. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna go nah with this one. Don't everybody do that. This guy's up. This person's just a little. Yeah. We're just gonna know. I'm sorry. That's. I want to, you know, playing along is fun and everything, but come now. Yeah, I'm gonna not do that. I'm gonna not, like, let him send me suspicious stuff on Discord, thanks. Can you ask me a question, sire? Yes, go on, sire. No, Zyre wants to sell his underwear, which I think would be quite lucrative. Okay, I think I'm ready to go home now. I don't want to spend another minute in a reality where this fluffy fool is its best hope for survival. Actually, if he joins us, that will be every reality. I've changed my mind. I'm ready to leave reality altogether, thanks. Oh dear. Here, Schrodinger 3, I'll escort you back to your reality. If IQ0 machine is already set up and charged. Yeah, exactly, yeah. He's gonna sell me some viewers. Why is there a human in the cat game? I know, right? We're trying to get rid of him, don't worry. I've calibrated it to use the charge and the 5 collars to get you and your cats home. After that, it'll self-destruct to prevent any other incursions. Wait, so I won't be able to use it to teleport around anymore? Couldn't without the collars anyway. But no, everything will return to normal once I leave with Schrodinger. So you'll need to decide before we go. Are you with us, Albert 120431? Can we count on you? Well, no. Your dumb luck, rather, to help us protect the multiverse? Free viewers must be a scam. They charge me.
Just another day in the city. My city. And this city never changes. That's just reality. Well, one reality, at least. This city is rotten to the core. It stinks like a warthog that's been wallowing in some suspicious brown mud left by an elephant. Someone's gotta clean up this city. I guess it's gotta be me. Who else could I trust to keep this city's butt clean and well licked?
Oh, sorry, I tripped over a box. Not sure how that got here. I think you put it there. Oh, this is Betty. Sorry, yeah, geez. I've only been here less than a day, and I'm already getting as stupid as you are. That's the last of the stuff from your desk, huh? I take it you've submitted your resignation? Betty's gonna work with us now. She quit her job at the corrupt police station. Does 2 middle hooves count as a resignation? Yeah, more than they deserve, I think. Anyway, welcome to the new gig, partner. I'm already regretting my choices in life. And if I'm your partner, why isn't my name on the door, too? Well, see, when I said partner, I was thinking more sidekick, you know, kind of a background support to my magnificence. Bite me. Anyway, where's my office? I should put my stuff away. It's through the secret panel in the back where I stash my litter box. This had better be worth it, Cat. You promised some cases that would make a world of difference. Don't worry, there will be.
This city never changes, except when it does. Shocking twist of logic, I know. I always worked as a lone cat, but lately, I've begun to realize the benefits of working as part of a team. Everything else might have gone back to normal after Schrodinger and the other Albert left, but that's one souvenir I'm gonna hang on to. Well, that and the other souvenir. The name's Albert Wilde. Private Eye. I solved the cases no one else wants, in this reality or the next. I'm not just cleaning up this city, I'm cleaning up every city. Wait, that reminds me. I need a new mop and bucket. I'll have to go shopping later. Betty won't mind if I store it in her office. Anyway, I'm a new breed of kitty, catching the interdimensional rats of crime. I am not just a PI. I'm Albert Wilde, Quantum PI.
Oh, fair. Are you monologuing again?
Well, it does say and co, so, you know. Hey. Well, that was a cute little game. I enjoyed looking at that. There was a little less actual gameplay than, you know, what I would have hoped for, but, you know, it was a good time. Thank you, Crow. I shall do stretches. Ooh. So that was fun. It was fun doing the voices. some of the jokes were a little, you know, repetitive and a little grating, but there were some genuinely very good jokes in there. That particular gag of, like, you know, being like, you know, asking the bartender, like, you know, if you could call for a ride, and he said, like, who are you gonna call, your mommy? And he's like, no, definitely not, definitely nothing weird and maternal about it. And then it just smash cuts to him in the back of you know, his lawyer's car there, looking like a little kid being drove by his mother. Like, if they had just left it at that, and not like actually had Al then say, okay, maybe this is a little like that, you know, like, I think that would have actually been just an amazingly good little, like, visual gag. Because it was, like, about, like, the third time he's gotten a ride from her. And so I think, like, if they had just left it at that, like, that would have been, like, hilarious. So there were some, like, decently good jokes in there. Some of the humor was a little grating, but I definitely had a good time playing it. I'm cleaning up every city was a pretty raw line. It's pretty good, actually. It's pretty good. Dedicated to David Lynch. Didn't I say this game, like, felt Lynchian? Like, with the whole, like, the mysterious owl, like, shopkeep and everything. See? It's a dedicated to David Lynch. I'm so smart. Everybody please clap. They did it in Unity, those crazy bastards. I called it, actually. I knew this was a Unity game because the way you spawn into new places and you kind of drop in sometimes a little bit, like, you know, as, like, you know, you, like, the spawn point is like a couple inches above the ground just to keep you from clipping into the ground. I was like, yeah, they made this in Unity. That's a Unity thing. I know exactly, you know. I do that exact same thing in Unity when I make worlds. You put the spawn point just a little bit above the, you know, where the ground is, so the player drops into it a little bit, stops them from clipping in. Yep. So yeah. Well, that was fun. We've got just a little bit over an hour of stream left. Ads will be starting in a few minutes, so we'll wait until the ads are about to start, and then I'll put up the BRB screen, and we'll come back in VRChat and finish out the night in VR. Yeah, that was a good time. I enjoyed that. Spy, if you're there, thank you again for gifting that to me. I enjoyed looking at that very much. Always enjoy looking at, like, little indie games. It was a fun look. Looks like that we got just about 8 hours in there. What will I play next? Well, we still have Yakuza 0. Next stream, next Twitch stream, though, will be Thursday, because we will be Ace Attorney. I do need to get back to Ace Attorney. We left off after the third case, as I recall. So we could go back and do some Ace Attorney here and there. Yep, more Yakuza 0. Other than that, yeah. There's a number of things I'd like to take a look at. And, of course, a number of things to look at on the other stream as well. So, yeah. Lots of stuff to look at. Lots of things. But, yeah, we'll probably continue to do, like, the occasional Yakuza stream. But I don't want to, like, obviously just play all the way through Yakuza 0 there, because, boy, that will just take... That'll be all we do for, like, ever then, right? I think we need, like, occasional breaks from that. Yeah, a bunch of little things I'd like to take a look at. Playing all that Balatro has kind of had me kind of, like, wanting to do some more roguelikes. I don't think I've looked at, like, a card building roguelike other than Balatro in a little bit. And I do have a very interesting one that I am a huge fan of that did kind of fly under the radar and I think deserves a lot more attention than it got. So maybe we'll look at that soon. I have a number of things, but yeah. There's always, of course, going back to look at some retro stuff. Neo is always an option as well. I floated the idea of replaying Hollow Knight at some point, which some people sounded like they were kind of interested in. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of stuff I would like to look at. Lots and lots of stuff. And that's not even, of course, including all the stuff for Blue Twitch. But yeah. Ace Attorney definitely a choice, a good option. Hey, Grumpy. Of course. Yep. If you've got suggestions, I'm always willing to listen to suggestions. I have a suggestion box in the Discord, in fact. So yeah, feel free to pop them into the Discord or just, pop them into chat here. I'm always willing to take a look at what other people would be interested in seeing me play. Because sometimes that can be fun. Like, hey, I played Fortnite one stream as like a reward. Not something I would ever play on my own, but it was fun to look at for one stream. Yeah. I'm always open to suggestions. But yeah. Yeah, Phoenix Wright would be another good one to look at again. It's been a while since we did that. Did you know Zyre thought the main character's name was Ace? Not Phoenix. He thought the main character's name was Ace. Be interested in seeing me play Ninja Gaiden or Shinobi. Oh, ads are just about to start. We'll be right back. Oh, well, they'll be starting any second now anyway. Yeah, I could try. I am not... It's him, Ace Naruhodo. Yeah, exactly. I had to explain the Naruhodo pun to him, yeah. Naruhodo. But yeah, that could be a fun one. We could look at some Ninja Gaiden. I've never been good at Ninja Gaiden, so I wouldn't do well at it. Alright. Ads ought to be starting any second now. Oh, Subnautica, yeah. I mean, I am terribly afraid of open water. I have thalassophobia, so that would be horrifying to me. But I've had people suggest it. All right. But alright, ads ought to be starting any second now, so I'll pop on the BRB screen. And then by the time I'm back, ads should be over and we'll be in VR. Oh, yep, there it is. Alright, so I'll be back in just a few, everybody. A lot of S's. A lot of S's for the honeycomb. Is it because their mascot was like a little furry weirdo and we're all a bunch of furry weirdos? Is that why S? Chat, is that why? Chat, don't lie to me. Don't lie to me, chat. Is it because the mascot is a little furry weirdo? I hope that tonight was a nice distraction for a lot of you. Again, for no particular reason, but it seems, some people are having a rough time right now. So, all I can say is, of course, that even as things are rough like this, know that there are people out there that will help you, want to help you. Turn to your friends, to your loved ones. It is through caring and love and mutual aid and everything that in trying times we can pull through. So no matter how bad it gets, again, for no particular reason, just saying this, Try to keep that in mind. I just want an excuse to play Street Fighter, kinda. Honestly, my go-to also on the date is House of the Dead 2. It's just a lot of fun, right? Like, it's a very hokey kind of like haha fun kind of B-movies like kind of thing, right? But it's very active, and it's a cooperative, right? So it's I think House of the Dead is a good one to go and play with a date. So you go to the arcade, you play House of the Dead, you play some other stuff, you have a good time, you see how that's going. If it's going well, and you go get something to eat. If it's going really well, you ask them back, you make the steak au poivre. And then you see where it goes from there. Making progress? No. As it turns out.
Level 1.
Hey man, you alright? Buns? You want to touch buns? I dropped something behind me. Like, back there? Like back here? I don't see anything. I think you're fibbing. Okay, everyone. So, welcome. One moment. All right. All right, welcome everybody. Thanks for attending the lecture today. The Iga, when escaping, like was cornered by the enemy, and they took him down these like secret ninja pathways, and they literally were not that at all. It was literally just they took him down a well-known back road. It was on the map. It's on all the maps back then and everything, but like they just didn't take the main road. But no, it was secret ninja pathways. But boy, did they like know how to milk this, right? And then we have like all of these accounts, right, of like whenever it came time, like after Tokugawa like took over, and so the Tokugawa shogunate would like go to like collect taxes from Iga province, and then suddenly Iga would just suddenly come up with these like ancient ninja scrolls that like whenever it was it's like, oh, we just found another one here, please accept this in lieu of our taxes, and you just know the ink on that shit was like still wet, right, when they were handing that over, like it like they found. And so he just thought, oh, wouldn't it be so cool if I just rolled in there and took over Iga province on the way? I'm just gonna do that real quick, and so it was just completely unprepared for the fight, and the supposed like Iga tactics of these ninja tactics. It's literally just that Iga's this mountainous area that's really hard to traverse, but the Iga people were used to it because they're mountain men, right? These were not like like these highly trained ninja or anything. These were just mountain folk that like knew their way around the mountain, and so like were able to sneak around the samurai, right? And not even sneak, it was just like guerrilla tactics, right? Like there was, that's it, and they just repelled like Nobutada's forces, and then Nobutada had to be like, sorry, I'm a little late, I tried to take over Iga, and then Nobunaga went in prepared and just steamrolled Iga, right? So, and he's like, you go ahead, you go in there, whatever, fine. The guy enters the mausoleum. He's making his way through, and he can hear something in the distance there. There's some kind of movement going on there. And he sees there's a light on at the end there. And he's like, what's... And he's scared, but at the same time, he needs to see. He needs to know what's down there. So he slinks down there. And he gets closer, and you can see a figure in the mausoleum moving. And he gets closer and he realizes it's Beethoven. Beethoven's there, and he's moving, and he's going through all his papers and everything. And he's ripping them to shreds, and he's like, what's going on? And he's like, And he realizes it's Beethoven's going through all of his old works and he's just destroying them. He's tearing them apart. And he's like, Beethoven, what are you doing? And Beethoven turns to the man and he says, I'm decomposing. Alright, we ought to be back. We're back. How's everybody doing? So, on the Ninja Gaiden and Shinobi thing, actually, what if I did like just a whole retro night of looking at ninja games, like old NES and maybe SNES as well, and Genesis in the case of Shinobi ninja games? Like, we could do Ninja Gaiden, we could do Shinobi, we could also do, like, Wrath of the Black Manta, we could do Legend of Kage, any other kind of ninja games that I can kind of think of. Alright, I bought a sweater the other day, but it was just chock full of static electricity. Took it back to the store, and they replaced it free of charge. Really? That's interesting. That's cool. I'm glad... This one, too staticky. Here, have a less staticky one. Interesting. Ninja Turtles, sure, but that's a little easy, I figure. Ninja Turtles is probably... If I was going to do a Ninja Turtles one, it would just be the original NES one, I think. I think that one's a little easy, but also, hey, Durges, how you doing? Free of charge. God damn it, that took me a minute. God damn it, I missed that joke. Curse you. Curse you, Grumpy, I missed that joke somehow. But yeah, I could just do a night of just looking at ninja-themed NES games. Maybe throw and Genesis in the case of Shinobi. That could be fun to do. The wordplay was very good. That was a good joke. I'm mad that I missed that. Intruder window. Intruder window. It's the difference between a jailer and a jeweler. One sells watches, the other watches sells. Beat the first 3 Ninja Gaiden. That's not going to happen, I'm telling you right now. Telling you right now, that's not going to happen. I'm in the ground a little bit. Not even when I was like young and had better reflexes and gaming skills could I beat the Ninja Gaiden games. But we'll look at them. We can also look at Legend of Kage, Wrath of the Black Manta, because those are both a couple of ones that I remember fondly from my childhood. I admit, Legend of Kage I remember fondly almost entirely just simply because it was the first Nintendo game I got aside from the starter cartridge. For whatever reason, I'm assuming it was probably in a bargain bin. But I always liked it. It's not a good game, but it's nostalgic for me, and it has some interesting kind of fun things going on. Wrath of the Black Manta is kind of neat, and I think it is one of those retro games that flew under a lot of people's radar. So that's very much kind of in my wheelhouse of a thing to play, right? Like, hey, here's this, like, forgotten, like, old retro game, right? That didn't. That probably deserves to be spoken of in the same sentences as some of the other classics. Well, okay, not quite, but close. Like it doesn't deserve to be spoken of in the same sentence as, you know, I guess like, you know, a direct comparison would be like Ninja Gaiden. But it's good. It's interesting. It does some things. All Ninja Gaiden speedrun, yeah, that's not gonna happen. The bunny buns. Can't see him as well right now. I'm in my casual outfit. I thought just to switch it up, we'd at least start in the casual outfit here. I do like this outfit a lot. I should change this little design on here, though. I get asked sometimes, it's like, oh, are you like repping for like Alienware? I'm like, no, it's just that just came on the avatar. I don't know what to tell you. I should get into Photoshop and just remove that. But you're always terrible at platformers. First-person shooters are more your speed, or exploration games like Subnautica or Raft. See, I'm the opposite. I don't, other than VRChat, obviously, which I've got almost 1,000 hours in right now. I don't play a lot of first-person games. I'm kind of the opposite. I'm much better at like 2D platformers in particular. More jingles, Pip. Yeah, I know. If Alienware wants me to wear this, they should send me something, yeah. I don't wear, like, logos in reality, so, like, I don't know why I would wear this, you know. And I paid for this outfit, actually. This was an optional outfit for the cotton that I paid for. So if anything, I paid to be repping that. Come now, they should be giving me money. That's why I don't wear logos in actuality. I ain't giving corporations free advertising. Plus, I personally think that brands and brand loyalty and stuff like that is, you know, no offense if it is something that, you know, you do and you're into, but I think it's silly personally. I'll tone it down even from what I would say, because I know some people are into that, but yeah, I think being like loyal to a brand and especially repping that brand and whatnot is silly, personally. Especially basing part of your personality on that. I don't think there's anything particularly interesting about being like, oh yes, part of, you know, I've made my liking this product part of my personality. You know, it's like Spider is a neat brand, you. I'm unfamiliar. Glance at how many hours you have in Stardew. 1620, wow. Not familiar with that brand, though. They make cool winter jackets and footwear. Okay. while I have nothing against dressing nicely and even kind of incidentally know a little bit about fashion, mostly from exes of mine and such, when it comes to clothing, I'm typically a pretty simple dude. You want to rep anything else, though? Okay. Yeah, I'm a pretty simple dude, though. You know, when I'm not purposefully dressing a certain way, right? I'm assuming, you know, when I'm not wearing, you know, a collar and a skirt and kitty stockings, you know. My kind of normal, everyday dress when I do go outside, which, you know, is less lately. What with the no job. Oh, I might have made some progress finally on with the Department of Labor. Finally, last time I called on Friday, it just flat out was, you know, it was like, oh, hey, yeah, you know, we don't even have like a file for you on anymore. Like, at least it was before going like, okay, we've recognized the file. Please wait for the representative. Okay, we've logged that you tried, but all representatives are busy. Call back later. Click. That's what I got for over a month. This time, I at least, you know, last time I called, it was, we don't even recognize, you know, your social security number as having a current file. So I refiled today, and I think progress has been made. Maybe. Wear a lot of band t-shirts, mostly hair metal, but for the past 5 years they've been under blank hoodies or sweaters. After cut your long hair, you got respectful. I feel like repping a band that you're fond of is a little less weird than a company, a brand, right? Because with a band, it's like, okay, you're a fan of their art, right? You're not a fan of, you know, like, I'm talking stuff like people that are like, yeah, I love Coca-Cola, so I wear like Coca-Cola t-shirts everywhere, and I have my Coca-Cola hat, and I spend my Coca-Cola points on my Coca-Cola cooler and all that kind of stuff. It's like, man, like, you need a personality. That soda brand doesn't give a shit about you. They're selling you caffeinated sugar water, and that's the end of your relationship, man. The entire relationship should be, I want some sugary caffeine. Go to store, buy sugary caffeine. That's the end of the relationship, man. Hey, Ray J, how you doing? But yeah, big shock, right? Big ol', you know, lefty leftist me not being a huge fan of corporations, right? Big shock, but yeah. At work on break, butt is sweating. Aw. Well, when you get home from work, you have to give that butt a nice shower. For the first time, I feel like BioWare doesn't have the right intentions. Wear pajama pants and casual t-shirts like 95% of the time. I'm like a t-shirt and jeans guy, hoodie. Lately, it has been cold. Like, you know, it's been cold this year. So I have busted out my old military surplus trench coat, which is about the only time you'll ever see me and the word military in the same sentence. Uh-oh. Okay. Steam stuttered for a second there. I thought we were cutting out. And so yeah, I'm mostly in just like blue jeans, black t-shirt, black hoodie, midnight blue trench coat over that, and a scarf. I like to think that I'm walking around looking like an existentialist philosopher most of the time. Hey, all that silver. Welcome, welcome. We just finished Cat Detective, Albert Wilde. And Now we're hanging out in VRChat for a little bit. Wear pajama pants even when it's freezing out. They do better than slacks. Hey, if it's comfy, go for it. We have a singular Dr. Pepper t-shirt, but that's just repping how much of that barbecue Sprite you drank back in college. Barbecue Sprite. That's fun. That's good. You haven't had a Trenchy coat since high school? I hadn't worn mine since probably college. But I just, you know... I opened up my closet and I was like, it's cold, I need a coat. And I was like, screw it, we're doing the trench coat this year. It's comfy. Got a wool overcoat you inherited from your father, and you inherited it from the brother, so you wear it comfortably, which is probably better than saying you're wearing Two Dead Man's jacket. Yeah. Is it like a pea coat style? I used to have a nice wool pea coat, but it has just gotten beat to shit, so... I wore that for a very long time. Because those are warm. Just a standard London fog overcoat, goes to about mid-thigh, but is very warm. Nice, yeah. Yeah, I've always been a big fan of those as well. I'm a bit of a sucker for a double-breasted coat, too. So Yep. Always been a big fan of those coats. But yeah, I'll give some thought as to, yeah. I got a lot of options, a lot of things I want to look at. Tons of stuff. Do you know there's a lot of video games? There's a lot of them. They just keep making them, too. Did you know that? It's crazy. You'd think at some point they'd go, I think that's enough games. We don't need to make any more of those, but no. People just keep making them. It's kind of great, too. There's a lot of, like, really good ones. But yeah, I know what we're doing for next stream, which will be, of course, the blue stream. I plan to do a number of little demos for some upcoming like little indie games. So we'll probably look at like a few of those before ending in a VRChat on Wednesday. What other story and game mechanics could there be to explore? I know, haven't we done them all yet? Spicy indie games? Indeed. Yep. So yeah, gonna look at a few demos. There's also another night for that. I want to do an entire night of looking at the creator that did like Axe and Adventure. Has like 3 other games that are much smaller games, much smaller in scope, of course, than Axe and Adventure was. But I'd like to look at those all in one night, just look at those 3. Because Axon is amazing. What a great game. Once that gets updated some more, I'll definitely look at that again. Because Axon was great. What a great little game. I say little, but it's not even little. It's pretty expansive already just in the demo. But yeah, I'd like to look at all of those. I want to do another indie or another like retro night for that as well sometime soon. Look at some spicy games from like like those old kind of arcade style, like the what's it called, like Quicks and stuff right there. I have like a lot of nostalgia for those. Some like yeah, kind of like classic shootery type ones and whatnot, stuff like that. So there's a bunch to look at there. I'm following now. I found a Discord that is that does a bunch of game jams for furry games in particular, with some of them being spicy. So I'll be keeping an eye closely on that for new games like that. So there's gonna be tons of stuff to look at there. Welcome Pokedex number 448. Does anybody who knows their Pokemon know what Pokemon that is? I don't know my Pokemon well enough to know that. But welcome Pokemon Dex number 448. Lucario. Ah, okay. Well, we just finished playing Cat Detective, Albert Wilde. I keep wanting to say Oscar Wilde. That's a different guy. And now we're finishing up in VRChat here. Making a Lucario fursuit and happy and nervous. It's your first fursuit? Oh, nice. That's cool. I know a guy who's been slowly working his way through making an entire fursuit for himself. He started out very slowly, just making like some paws and like a tail, and now he's working on the rest of it. It's been interesting to see his progress. Deadline is Halloween. That sounds like a fair deadline to give yourself, yeah. Well, that's interesting. If you stick around and want to follow the Discord, and if you I'd like to see the pics. It'd be interesting to see. If that's something you feel like doing. We've got a nice little community here. That's a shame. That pillow just jumped into my hand. So yeah, we'll figure out what Thursday will be. Might be more Yakuza. Maybe we'll do like a whole little retro ninja thing. Maybe we'll do that other roguelike card game that I've been wanting to show off for a while. Maybe something else entirely. Our cup overfloweth with options. Maybe get back to Phoenix Wright for a bit. Did this prank where you dressed up as Sonic and when you left the room said you miss your wife, Tails, miss her a lot, and be back. That reminds me. Should I do Freedom Planet sometime? They made a sequel to that too, and I don't think I ever looked at the sequel either. I have Freedom Planet 1. Never got super far in it. Maybe I should stream that. On the subject of Sonic, because it's basically a Sonic fan game. Maybe we'll look at that at some point. You know what we barely touched, and I kind of want to go back to, is a Cobalt Core. I think we streamed like Cobalt Core like once or twice. And we barely scratched that. I think the only Sonic games you finished were Sonic Rush and Sonic Colors. I think the only ones I really finished were like the old Genesis ones. Talking about Sonic, favorite Sonic game is Sonic Colors. And you only beat the remake for the Switch on the Wii. It's harder because of the Wii remote. Yeah, I only ever played the original Genesis ones. I never played any of the 3D Sonics. Played a little Sonic Mania when that came out. Like a little bit. 92% on Sonic Colors Ultimate. You did do the Puyo Puyo spin-off? The Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, that one? Right. Well, we do know you all like beans here, right? We know you like beans. My beans aren't mean. I gotta make a bean emote at some point, I really do. I've been meaning to, and I just keep forgetting to just, like, you know, go to a green screen world, or even just put up a green screen thing now, actually. You can just do that. There's just a like a filter, I think, actually. Just take some pictures of my bunny's feet. There's gonna be a samurai in the new Assassin's Creed game. That's true, right? Like, it's taken place during the Sengoku period, and it's supposed to have Yasuke, right? It's supposed to be in it. I remember hearing a bunch of people were all up in arms about, oh, they put a black samurai in there, and it's like, yeah, it's Yasuke. Yasuke, the black samurai that actually existed, that is historically accurate. Yasuke, who served under Oda Nobunaga, who came over with, you know, came over with the traders. Oh crap, I can't remember. Like, came over, like, you know, was probably an ex-slave. And then, like, you know, Oda heard, you know, talk of this, like, you know, this dude. And he's like, bring him to me. And he's like, yo, this guy's cool. I'm make him one of my, like, servants. And then, like, you know, eventually he gained, like, basically samurai status. Was probably there at the Honoji incident, and then disappeared from history basically after the Honoji incident. You know, the Portuguese, thank you. Yeah, yeah. Came over with the Portuguese, and famously served Nobunaga Oda. Like, notably. A lot of people were up in arms about it. It's like, you know, this guy existed. There was a black samurai before there was a white samurai. Yasuke became a samurai before William Adams. Nobody complained about, like, you know, William Adams and Neo, though, right? Nobody went, oh, a white samurai? No, wait, don't worry, that's based on a real dude. Nobody complained about that, but then when, like, you know, they're like, oh yeah, they put a black samurai in. Oh, how inaccurate. No, Yasuke was, there was a black samurai before there was a white samurai. Sorry to break it to you. Yasuke's based on an actual person that lived. How much fighting he actually did is, you know, up for debate. Probably not that much. But neither did William Adams. William Adams was he's a sailor. And Tokugawa probably was only after him for the cannons from his ship, which he supposedly was going to use at the Battle of Sekigahara, and then apparently never actually did. Yeah, Yasuke existed, man. Like, he was... We have the accounts. We lost track of what happened to him after the Honoji incident, but, like... We have the records. This man existed. Like... Oda was like, yo, there's a big dude with, like, dark skin and everything. Like, bring him to me. I want to see him. And he was like, huh. Nah, no way. Like, you just, like, rubbed some coal, you know, on that dude or something. Wash him off and bring him back to me. And oh no, okay. Then Oda was like, this guy seems cool. You do meet, yeah, I did know that you did beat, you did meet Yasuke in Neo. Which technically would not have been impossible, I guess, for William Adams to have met Yasuke, but it's doubtful. Welcome, Uber Sane. Welcome. Hey, Chester. Welcome. But yeah. Do I know the context of meeting him? I don't actually know. What is the context of William meeting Yasuke? Because it almost certainly did not happen. Because we lost track of what happened to Yasuke after the Honoji incident, which is way before William Adams appeared in Japan. I say way, but we're talking like 20, 30 years, I think, something like that. Whatever year the Honoji took place, I guess it wasn't that long before that happened. This Battle of Honoji. So we're talking, I think, about 12 years-ish before the Battle of Sekigahara, if I recall correctly. Around there. It was certainly well over a decade before the Battle of Sekigahara, and it was shortly before the Battle of Sekigahara that William Adams landed in Japan. So, mentioned how the antagonist resurrected Oda Nobunaga briefly. Yep. Well, he had to find his body first, and it turns out Yasuke was keeping it safe and protected as his final duty to Nobunaga. Okay. William just crossed paths with the guy in his pursuit of the main bad guy. Feudal time? Yeah, the Sengoku period in Japan, yeah. Yeah, the Honoji incident, I want to say happened, it had to have been in like the 1780s, or the 1580s, rather, sorry. Had to have been about in the 1580s, if I recall correctly, because Battle of Sekigahara was in 1600. Alright, later, AJ. Have a great one at work. Hope it goes well for you. I could look that up real quick, but yeah, I suppose. But yeah, but yes, feudal Japan, the Sengoku era. Yep. Because after the Honoji incident, of course, that's when Toyotomi kind of very quickly ended up like taking over the remains of Japan after that happened. He kind of picked up all after Nobunaga, after getting rid of Akechi, and everyone kind of fell in behind him, and then he ruled like peacefully for like 10 years. Like Sengoku era like kind of took a break for like 10 years before then coming back and doing the biggest samurai battle like Japan had ever seen at the Battle of Sekigahara. Hey, Dimply Orca. Well, thanks for letting us all know that you're such a huge bottom. It's good to know. I'm glad. We'll take note of that. I'm sure we can find a suitably an alpha top for you. Or you're referring to my bottom as you're saying like that I have such a nice bottom. Because I do. Thank you for noticing. I do think it is quite nice. I think it's one of my nicer features. Yeah. I think it only took, like, Toyotomi about 2 years after the Honoji incident, if I recall correctly. And then the Toyotomi ruled for 10 years. So Honoji incident was probably around 1588, I want to say? You'd think I'd have that memorized. It's one of the very defining moments in, like, you know, that era. Thank you, Dragoon. Going to put my dick in a jar of ants if you ever want to say that shit again. I think some people would fight you over that. Some people are very fond of that appendage of mine. Simply Orca, if you're gonna talk to me like that, you should at least come to the blue streams. Alright. Cheers, everyone. Do hydrate as well. Should mention that Yasuke was old and Neo had like gray hair and everything. Yeah, he would. Because again, Neo is taking place in 1600, which is like at least 12 years after Nobunaga died. So yeah, he would be older by then. Up for a uke redeem? I could do a uke redeem if you like. We could do a uke song. I don't think anything's gonna beat my last one from last stream, but oh, 5 squats, you say? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can call it an early night. Just have been pretty bad headspace lately, but got the next 2 days off, so just gonna relax, take care of some chores, maybe do some retail therapy. Take care. All right, have a good one, Grumpy. Hope you feel better. Welcome back, Andy. We're gonna be wrapping up shortly here. So, I'm around if you need to talk too. Like I know a lot of people are in a rough headspace right now, so obviously I'm around if you need to talk. Don't hesitate to reach out. Yeah, of course, anytime. Thank you, Andy. All right. Everybody do hydrate as well. Well, we're coming up on it already. Tonight went by quick, huh? We're almost at 4 hours. Let me put the stuff in there for anybody that might be new. There's the Discord. And the socials for all the other things. We're off tomorrow, but then Wednesday we're going to be back on the other website. You know the one. One that begins with an F, ends in a Y, and has an ANSL in the middle there. That one. For a spicy stream. So, if that's interesting to anybody, that's what we'll be doing Wednesday on that other site. So yeah, for those of you that don't know that might be new, I'm Beige Samurai. I stream a lot of indie games and retro games, as well as dance games in VR, like Dance Dash, Pistol Whip, Beat Saber, and of course hanging out in VRChat. Occasionally also do lectures in VRChat on philosophy, psychology, media analysis, that kind of stuff. Yep, and as I was mentioning earlier, we just started doing spicy streams on that other certain site, where we look at adult games and then do spicy VRChat hangouts with fun little toys and such implemented in. So if any of that sounds like fun, do stick around. Pop in the Discord if you'd like to keep track of what I'm doing, or follow me on the stuff, you know, the things. So, but yeah. That's what we do here. We're a good chill bunch. Gamers end up being held accountable for the war crimes they end up committing in games, then you and your bro are fucking screwed. Well, I can't see how that would happen. That'd be a very strange turn of events. Because what next? But yeah. So yeah, but that's about where we're... It's about where we're at. Yep, we'll be back here. Hey, Sanford Michael. Yep. We'll be back here on Twitch on Thursday, the following Wednesday, you know, after Wednesday. So, and yeah, we'll see. We might do some more Yakuza 0. We might do something else. There's always Balatro to fall back on too, but I've been making y'all watch me do Balatro challenge runs for a while now. You're probably, you know. Although y'all seem to like it, they do well. Might need a link to the other site because you're stupid. Are you on the Discord, Dimply? Ah, okay. You found it? Okay. Yeah, it's on my... If you follow my socials link there, it's on my card there. Because I can't put that one in chat, unfortunately. Okay. Well, cool. Alright. Well... Why don't we find someone to raid? Because we're coming up right about on 4 hours there. So yeah, we'll be back on Twitch Thursday, but we'll be on the other fun site on Wednesday. For a nice spicy stream. So yeah. Do stick around, y'all. It's been a great one. Join the Discord if you like. We're a bunch of wonderful, great, beautiful, supportive beings. So, let's find someone to raid. Thank you, Dragoon. Well, Dimply Orca, it is free to watch. You only need to have an account to watch. To watch live, at least. I do then later put up like the VODs as like paid content, but you can watch live if you want for free. Fancy randomizer. Let's see. Who's doing stuff? Why is it always a chore to find someone? Let's see. Well, here's someone just chilling in VRChat, and they look like a cute furry. So why don't we go raid them? Hey, Foxtrot, we are just wrapping up. Hey, Maple. Yep, take care, Andy. Alright, I'm gonna... Oh, channel just went offline. Great. I can't win. Can't win. Jeez. How annoying. All right, we're just gonna raid this person. But all right, have a great one, everybody. Miss Dimple Yorka, Maple, Crow, Foxtrot, Andy. Anybody else that's still hanging around? Dragoon, Match. All of y'all. Thanks for coming. Y'all have a wonderful night. You're all wonderful, beautiful bees. I hope to see you all soon. Mwah. Oh, yep, night night Zyra as well. Alright. Alright. I'm gonna send John over. Have a great